Holy crap.
Friends, we are live.
Alrighty. So welcome back to another wonderful installment of the adventures of the crew of the Berezaya Argia. When last we had left, it was mostly a shopping episode. Yay! But there was, but it was good. There was a couple things going on. Everybody kind of the crew kind of got back together after recovering from the fete of the previous eve, and kind of helped figure out what exactly you're going to do. Narashti spoke at length with the gentleman that was on the other end of the sort of the psionic mind link stone that she had that was supposed to be connected to Kalantosh, and actually spoke with a gentleman by the name of Harold Daguerre, which you managed to convince him that you were a sentient magic item, more or less, but we're trying to get more information about how he came across the stone and whatnot, and if he knew who the previous person was. You guys then proceeded to send a message to Meredith Demadani in Stormreach to try to secure his safety, since Stormreach is a dangerous place, and from his own words, Harold is not an adventurer, but was just a cartographer that happened to, due to financial misfortune, get stuck more or less in Stormreach. But you managed to send out messages and sort of get that prepped, and then you all kind of did, or several of you did a bit of shopping. For various assortment of things. However, you did kind of split up a little bit, and on the way back, since you were all split up, a group of kobolds, winged kobolds, had ambushed and attacked Gavin, Rhiannon, and Kaladin, and Ember. Sorry.
I was like, is Ember chopped liver over here?
I'm sorry.
Delicious chopped liver.
Yeah, not anymore.
Rhiannon, Gavin, Kaladin, and chopped liver were attacked and ambushed by some winged kobolds. And Narashti was attacked by the other half of that ambushing group, which was a series of half-dragon assassins. However, warning had gotten out, so Argentia, or Tina, as Barca likes to call them, and Barca, the tag team there, immediately sort of flew out to go help Narashti with Amaya, who actually parkoured down the side of a tower and somehow got there faster than a flying dragon.
I imagine that Barca and Tina kind of went up to get the aerial surveillance to spot Narashti before heading back down, and Amaya just straight lined it.
Yeah, that works. But regardless, you all kind of barely, but with some effort, you all were able to kind of collapse on these assassins and ultimately defeat them. And I feel like I'm in. Oh, and then I believe in that battle, though, Narashti did drop down to 0 hit points. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And I believe we have to figure out what
wound,
what lingering injury you may have. So Narashti, to
Yes.
get us started, if you would please roll a d20.
This is one of
I
my
can do
favorite
that.
rolls.
Oh, it's quite good. Oh. 6. The only boon is that we're still in Sharn, I guess.
I'm gonna
You
throw this
are
out there.
still in charge.
I'm gonna throw this out there. Slow is not necessarily better or worse.
It's true.
Yeah, no, like pretty much everything on the D20 is kind of horrible. Like there's really nothing that isn't horrible. However, you have kind of a lasting internal injury
Ooh.
until such time as you can get certain magical healings, which we can deal with. But to attempt to take an action in combat, you have to make a Constitution saving throw DC 15. On a failed save, you lose your action and also cannot use reactions until the start of your next turn.
Yo, I don't feel good. Can we fix me?
Yeah,
Now,
let's pick Hirashi.
You can, I would say, you can either through like a good chunk, like taking a good solid like 10 days of rest, kind of get rid of it. Otherwise, I would say probably a greater restoration.
Hey, how about that?
Would probably take care of it.
You mean that level up ding spell that I took for our group?
Who'd have thought that would come in handy so quickly?
Did you take greater restoration?
I
This
took
group, it'll
Greater
come in handy quickly.
Restoration, And
Yeah.
I took Raise Dead. We officially have cheaper ways of getting back to life.
Yay!
I mean, I was genuinely about to ask if we could get like a frequent flyer coupon from House Tarasco or something like that. 'Cause
Rewards
10
program.
visits, 9 visits, and your 10th is free.
Right. Who has the punch card?
Let's put it this way. You maybe haven't earned a punch card yet, but a lot of the healers there know your group by name.
Oh.
We'll put it that way.
Oh, and we need to fucking go to them and say what the actual F, because they've been charging us $1,000
For regeneration.
for that stuff.
For regeneration, yes.
I like to think there's a weird backstory here where like your parents really wanted you to become a doctor really, really bad, but you just wanted to be a musician. But now somehow these doctor skills are coming back into play. And I think like that's how I'm writing it in my brain.
I love that.
Pretty much, yes, that is my backstory.
I love it. I love it.
It's awesome.
I mean, not exactly, but pretty much spot on.
Well, and Ember, tell you what, Ember, go ahead and make a medicine check.
Oh God,
Did we lose? We lost a. Who did we lose?
We lost you, Brian.
You, Brian.
What?
You. There.
There you
Now
go.
You're back.
That was my tablet. That's
That
weird.
was. Yes, that was your tablet.
God, that took me a second. I was like, wait, is everybody still here? Who did... Oh, wait, we lost the person who's currently talking to us.
Tablet, what are you doing to me? All right. Anyway. So Amber, go and make a medicine roll.
No. Oh God, no. 3. I'm not good at medicine.
Okay.
You might want to work on some of that.
So
No need. Just slap a heel on it. It's fine.
we're gonna say this. Even though I told Narash, even though I told you as far as the lingering injury and what needs to heal it, I'm gonna say that with that wonderfully horrible medicine roll, you guys don't necessarily know that like a greater restoration would necessarily cover it. You probably need you probably would need to go to House Tarasco at least to get enough diagnosis to figure out.
What, could Amaya get a medicine check as she's kind of doing first aid after saving Hirashti?
Yes.
I would say, sure, go ahead.
Awesome. Ooh, that's not a whole lot better. That's a 7.
Oh Jesus.
Yep, still
Yep.
included.
Yep. We need to go to her house
So you need to go to
Tarasco.
House
I
Tarasco.
tried.
Those money gouging pricks.
Hey, Bear,
yeah,
real quick.
yeah.
Give give that blink dot cloak 3 actions. It's only got 1 currently before it recharges.
Okay, let me finish what I'm doing, and then I will do that.
No worries. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all good.
So after the scrap with the assassins, you guys do return to. I guess I'm assuming. Do you return to Zaya, or do you decide to maybe try to now make a beeline back to House Tarasco?
House Durasco.
Hold on. Did they roll sufficiently terribly that we know that there's something wrong, but we don't know what? Or did they just literally go, "Yep, she's fine," and keep moving?
You can tell.
I mean, she
from
died.
Vashti's kind of pallor and whatnot that she is having a hard time.
Well, she's probably complaining. Like, I don't feel good.
Right.
And,
But, like,
yeah.
in, like, a very Minnesotan-esque way, you know.
No, I'm fine, really.
I'm
No,
fine.
I mean, guys, I don't want to be a bother. It's
No,
fine.
it's
We don't
not
need
a
no.
bother.
It's. I'm okay. I'm okay. I mean, it
I
hurts a
just need to
little
walk-
bit, but I can manage.
I'll just walk a little slower. It'll be fine.
Anybody got a Tylenol? That's all I need.
She'll just walk herself to the ER with
No,
pneumonia
it's-
or something. It's fine.
I don't know
It's
what you're
fine.
talking about.
It's fine.
So you get on board the long ship then and head to House Tarasco, because it sounds like that's what you're all going to be doing.
Did we,
And
did we get a long rest in there?
huh?
We didn't get a long rest in this. We're like literally just going right for it.
I think yes.
What? And I want to rethrow out there that we go to House Tarasco after looting the bodies.
Yes, I said that last
Yes,
game.
we definitely
I
loot all the
I wanted
bodies
to
first.
reiterate.
And if you look at the G chat, all of the gear, what is listed, you're welcome. Because you said you were looting
Yeah,
the
thank you for
bodies.
giving us the items that we should have earned.
Brian, I just want to say for the record, I love you. You're an amazing GM, and we give you no end of shit. But it's all in good fun. It's out of love.
All in good fun. We love you.
You've earned it.
And you've earned it.
Love. And with the encounters I have planned, you'll feel the love too. Just kidding. We'll see how this game goes today. I feel underprepared. It'll be beautiful. So at any rate, you head to House Tarasco without any further incident, and you see they do diagnose. They are able to diagnose what is needed, and for a fee of 150 gold pieces, they are willing to cast the correct spells to take care of Narashti.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Narashti, do you have the funds? Wait, we've got group funds. We can just take it out of there.
Yeah, we can take it out of the group funds. That's no issue. I'll take it out right now.
Well, and you did just earn a bunch of cash off of the.
Dead people, yep.
Well, and Narashti has gold to pay for it too. So
No, we are using Raise Dead and major fixes from our group fund. That's what it's there for. Hey.
Okay. She argues a little bit, but I will accept.
Does anybody remember offhand how much a potion of healing is?
Yeah, I can get you that.
Oh yeah, we should
I
probably.
believe a common one is just 50.
Yeah, just a regular, like the common is 50. If you want something a little bit stronger,
Yeah, we should probably stock up.
That's
Yeah.
kind of my thought. Because Amaya is now out of potion.
Yeah, I think we've kind of depleted all of our resources on that.
Yeah, give me just a brief moment here and I'll find it.
Actually, I've got 2 potions of healing right now. They are worth 100 gold each.
2 regular potions?
2 regular potions. According to D&D Beyond, it's 100 gold for the.
No,
common.
like the common potion should
Yeah.
be like 50.
Nope, it's listed here at 100.
Well, then that's wrong because it should be 50.
Oh, wait, no, it's because I have 2. Sorry. It was giving me the total value of what I have. Sorry,
I see. That would make sense.
my bad. Honestly, if we
Crap.
could get.
I know the potions are listed in one of the books, but of course, for the life of me, I can't remember which one. So, here's what we're gonna do.
Here.
The
greater. Oh shoot! It's not listed as far as the cost in D&D Beyond.
yeah, they typically don't.
They just have the common one.
Is it not in the DMG?
Well, the DMG is really. It gives guidelines for cost based on the rarity. It doesn't.
I'm going to. I found a thing. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Yeah, I know it's listed in one of the books. I remember seeing it as far as potions itself, but for the life of me,
I just copied and pasted it in the chat.
Okay, so we'll go with. I'm going to be benevolent because you're in Sharn. We're going to save the cheaper values of those values. So a greater will be 200 gold. Superior is 2 grand. The supreme is 20,000. Which, dear God, that's expensive.
Yuck. Which means my potion of vitality is probably worth a lot.
Yeah.
Well, the potion of vitality is something else, but it's because it gives a couple of different benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, damn it.
But since we have the information easily there, that's what we'll use for right now. And then
I think Barca wants to get a superior healing potion because he's got the cash and he's kind of sick of dying. And now that he's getting this whole like intelligence bump, I investigated myself. I'm hurting. I need to take a potion. It's like Riri's now his conscience.
Yep.
Yep. Namaya's getting a couple of healing potions as well while they're around to try to avoid future deaths.
Do we have a limit on how many we can scrounge up in Sharn, or?
no, you're
Eat.
you are you're in Sharn. You can get as they are stocked.
I am going to buy. I'm going to get 4 more regular healing
And
potions.
quite frankly, they're potions are one of those things. Especially healing potions are one of those things that they're commonly enough in need.
I'm going to suggest that we use some party funds to, like, for realsies stock up with at least, like, a number of greater and a bunch of the common ones.
Yeah.
So
I've got That's kind of what I was doing with my commons. I have 6 so far.
So before I have added the most recent influx of cash from the last game, we still have about 13 grand in the party fund. So I'm doing stuff, but if somebody wants to handle that, you're welcome to. Just let me know how much you take off.
Sure. So, okay, remind me, are the longboats permanently attached to Zaya, or she basically constructs one every time that we want to use one?
They're effectively permanently created. If like a longboat gets destroyed, she has to create a new one.
Okay, so like we could put a box, like a travel healing box in the longboat.
Yes, you can. As I'm sure there's also already, she's pretty much already built in also a, we'll say a bomb storage rack of probably maybe like 5 of the cannonballs probably in each of the longboats as well, with the shaped wood and stuff.
Okay, here's my proposal for
Yes.
the group.
Y'all saw how effective that was.
That we get a bag, or we try to find a bag of holding that we could put in the longboat so that we could store any gear that we get from kills, our potions that we're going to be possibly using, because the amount of stuff that we pulled off these bodies, it's a lot. So I'm thinking,
I think that's a great idea.
if we had like a little storage thing.
I'm looking at the cost of a bag of holding.
Well, and are you looking for just a bag of holding, or are you looking for something that would be more, for lack of a better term, sort of permanently put, or sort of more molded into the body of like the longboat, like a chest or something?
Yeah.
Is there a chest
Well,
of
I
holding
mean,
or something?
a chest of holding. That'd be
But-
kind of cool. But like, for aesthetic purposes, yeah, that would be kind of cool to have like a old steamer chest.
Yeah.
Or being chieftain of security, Barca would insist that it was secure, maybe lock or something, because we'll take this boat into more dangerous places than
We do.
Zaya itself.
You could do a steel box.
Does Zaya have so she's got this molding ability. Does she have the ability to kind of mold over and mold back on the longboats?
Yes. Like she can shape wood on the longboats just to shape wood on the rest of the ship. It takes the same amount of time and effort. And I would say the longboats probably have to be attached when she does it.
That makes sense.
Because that would just seem to kind of make sense.
What if she was on the longboat in human form? Is that
no? Then it would not work because the rest of the ship is then dormant.
noted?
Because if you look under the rules the rules I made up, when she's in human form, the ship acts as if she was in her kind of hibernation state, healing state, but without the actual healing.
Nonetheless, super cool idea. I think we should. Yeah, I think we need to figure out how to make sure it's secure. But that's an awesome idea.
Sorry, I heartily agree. I was talking, but I was muted. So yes, I agree.
I like the idea. My only concern is that there are definitely times where we don't take the longboat with us.
True.
Although I guess if like each of us are, carrying a potion or two or something, that would negate that issue. I'm just thinking, do we want something that's like really affixed to the longboat, or do we want something that's going to be more portable that we can take with us?
Well, I
Like
like
a
the
bag,
idea of a
perhaps.
bag of holding, and we can stash it in the longboat if we need to for something, or we can.
All right.
I like
so
the
here-
idea of like a bag of holding, and like Ember was talking about, like a steel chest or something that like we plant in the longboat, and then we can stash the bag of holding in there when we need to. But that way the bag itself we can take with us
True.
if needed.
Oh, a detachable liner for the box.
That happens to be the bag of holding.
Yeah, that is like the bag, like the, it's got the little drawstring on the top. Zip. You just take it out.
So I mean,
I'm here for that.
So if you want to have like a secured lockbox. I mean, as long as it's not magic, you can find that for whatever the normal cost of a chest would be. Like that's nothing. That's incidental as far as that goes. And truth be told, the bag of holding probably will be. I mean, you're in Sharn. You'll be able to find a place that sells it. That really shouldn't be an issue. Let me just see.
Yeah, luckily we're still in Sharn.
Yes.
I mean, there is one benefit of being in the largest metropolis in the entire world.
But also, there are weird assassins here.
Yes.
And that's the
You
downside.
take the good with the bad.
That is the downside of it, but
That is why we do buddy system.
I was so proud of myself. I thought I could go back to in the big city. I could make it back to the boat on my own. And
Narashti, sweetheart, it is not safe.
I know that now.
so
Okay, well, just for future reference.
would probably cost about 500 gold.
500?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not much.
A bag of holding is 500?
Yeah, we can take that out of the group fund as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, easy peasy. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, because we're talking about this stuff, and I'm really bad at remembering to do this. How much gold did we get from looting the bodies? Is that written in the chat, or would we break it up yet?
It is written in the chat. We haven't divvied any of that loot out yet because we haven't gotten back to the ship.
Yeah.
Perfect. Just making sure I didn't miss it, because I'm really bad at tracking it and putting it on my character sheet.
Because there are a
Admittedly,
few
we
items
posted-
that we need to discuss on who gets what.
We
Okay.
did post a little bit. I did post it back a little bit, but we've had a few posts in the chat, obviously. So, but if you do scroll back, it's just a little bit before looking at the Barca Bandolier as far as what's in the G chat. And for those that have obviously
That's pretty cool.
people watching don't necessarily know everything going on, but there you go.
I love it. You're gonna look more like a Wookiee.
Wookiee Klingon. I think it's like a
Wookiee
mix
Klingon.
between the two. It's not going to be long. It's not going to be long before I get like a crossbow that shoots lasers and a, what is it called? The double-bladed Klingon weapon that Worf carries. It's a family weapon.
Oh my god.
Batleth. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, we are really nerdy.
Embrace it. It's beautiful. It feels so good. The nerditry. I love it.
Brian, maybe come up with the stats for a batleth just in caseies.
Something really cool,
I can do that.
possibly cursed and sentient. Oh, I should stop.
God,
I should
don't give
stop.
Barca a cursed sentient weapon.
What did I just suggest? I'm sorry. I am so sorry
Barca-
for what I
Barca would
might
be
have
so
inflicted
sad.
on you.
You know, don't worry about it. By the way, Barky, you come across this sword called Craven's Edge?
No, run.
Barca picks it up.
Don't put it down. No. I will get the newspaper.
Shiny.
Don't help me.
So shiny.
Yeah, buddy, let Riri look at it first.
Barker investigates that he wants it.
No. No.
So are you guys looking into then maybe trying to get a strong box and a bag or two of holding?
Yes, and we're staying together.
Okay.
We're holding hands.
May I ask, what is everybody's passive perceptions?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God. 17.
13.
9.
17 as well.
That's why we travel with smart people.
Okay. So
I'm back. I have a
granted-
10.
I'm going to take this opportunity to point out I did not get healed after the fight, so I'm down like 20 hit points.
Same with Maya.
Do you want to get healed?
Well, we're just at Tarasco.
Well, we
so
were at House
yeah.
Tarasco, so yeah.
I mean, how much does it cost to heal hit points?
For cure wounds, it's 25 gold per level of the spell that you want cast on you.
Cool.
25 gold per level?
Right, so if you
Okay.
cast it at level 1, it's only 25 gold. If you want to cast at level
5, it would be 225. Okay.
Exactly.
While we were in
Yeah.
Jarasco, would we have time to take a short rest for those of us who are not getting tended to?
Oh, there we go.
That's even better.
Yeah.
Since
Since we're waiting.
Gavin, even or odd?
Even.
Damn.
I rolled even, so you can take a short rest.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna
Oh,
do
yeah.
that and spin hit dice.
Me
Yup.
too.
Yeah, I will do that
remember,
instead of healing.
You get an added D. Sorry. I
Is this
believe
your
you get
Song
it.
of Rest?
Yes, my Song of Rest. You get an added
Well-
D8.
Actually, when you begin to start singing, the staff at House Jarasco ask you politely to please stop.
Fine. Don't like good music? Fine. Very restful for everyone around.
Yes, we know, but you are not a House Jarasco employee, and we don't allow freelancers in our hospitals. Now, if you wish to get a House Jarasco certification, there is you can take the classes and get your
Hold on a second here.
license to do so.
How do they know that she's doing healing and not just playing music to entertain the group?
Their entire business industry is healing people.
Yeah, they probably do have bards in their employ.
chances
I'm with Brian on this one, guys. I'm sorry.
Fine.
Yeah, and chances are they have a bard or two amongst their staff. Especially in Sharn. Again, did we mention it's like the largest metropolis in the world? I mean, not necessarily population-wise. I think they're technically a couple places larger population-wise, but you get the idea.
During that short rest, Barca kind of pulls Riri aside. It's like, Riri, Barca have question.
Yeah, buddy, what do you need?
Barca, like Tina, as friend, and
Okay.
and Barca would like to surprise her by speaking Tina's language.
Oh, okay.
Do you know how to speak Dragon?
I don't actually.
That's Gavin.
I bet Gavin would know how though.
That sigh!
What do to Barca?
I mean, you could ask around and see if any of the other crew knows Draconic.
Amaya might know Draconic. You could maybe check with Amaya.
I'm gonna start taking this personally.
You gotta understand, in Barca's world, you are the other man in Riri's life.
Oh.
So even though they're just friends, Barca still has this. He's like a thing. He's got a thing.
It's fair. Do you want me to check with Amaya and see if she knows Draconic?
No, Barca and Amaya friends. Barca can ask Amaya. Barca goes to Amaya directly from this conversation. Barca, Maya, Barca needs to speak to you.
Sure, Barca. What do you need?
Barca likes Tina as friends, and Barca want to surprise Dragon friend and speak her language to her. Do you speak Dragon?
I do, and I would be happy to teach you.
Oh, great. when do we start?
We can start whenever you wish.
Can you teach Barca one phrase?
Sure. Let's see. What would be a good phrase?
Barca, respect you, friend.
Is that the phrase you would like to know?
Just to start.
Okay. I will tell him how to say that in Draconic.
Barca will practice it once and run over to Tina.
And Barca, I would like you to make an intelligence roll.
Oh no. Oh no.
2.
Your mother is a goat.
Okay. We gotta devise something here.
Oh,
So what was the phrase as you worded it?
It's like the most
Originally,
foul thing
I
that will
respect
come
you,
out.
friend.
Yeah. Barca respects you, friend.
Oh no.
Okay, so you run over to Tina.
And this is how he does it, just so we're clear. Like, have you ever seen like a horse handler where they might put like their forehead on the forehead of the horse and kind of just stroke their neck?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening here. Like, there's just kind of a friend moment. There's a bond that's I feel getting there, and I'm just like head to head, just kind of like comforting her. And then I say,
She's gonna headbutt you.
So you say a phrase.
"Do you want to? You can G-chat me the phrase if you want me to say it."
Yes, actually.
And if Amaya is kind of keeping a close eye on this as soon as Barca kind of runs off, I'm assuming Amaya hears what Barca actually says, yes?
You've got a good passive perception.
I do.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay. So Barca runs up and kind of like puts his head and like rubs the neck, and he says, "Tina, I rust peck fiend."
And Tina rolled a 2 on her die to kind of understand where you're going with that. And
Did Amaya hear that?
yes, you're
Okay. When Amaya hears that Barca didn't quite get the phrase right, she's gonna mind link him and go,
No.
Almost, and like repeat the phrase at him, but in mind link, so it's subtle.
okay. Barca, go and make another intelligence roll. We'll say with advantage. Because this is just delicious.
I kind of want Gavin to overhear
break
this,
his
but have
brain.
zero context.
What's happening over there?
Well, Gavin,
7.
admittedly, some of the draconics that Barca's using is really, like, not common phrase usage. Like, you don't really know where he's going with it.
Love that you got a 7.
I rolled a 4 for the other one, so it was a 2.
This is just perfect.
So it kind of goes like this. You go, I, and then you hear Maya, I, and then you go, Russ. He's like, no. It's respect. It's like you're and this is all happening in Draconic, so it's like a bunch of hisses and kind of growls and very syllabant, sort of, for those that don't know Draconic. But Amayo slowly walks you through it. It's I mean, not so much for Barca, but maybe for Amaya and Gavin, it's a little bit awkward because, you know, it probably takes you a good solid minute and a half, 2 minutes to get through the phrase, but
It's not Leviosa, it's Leviosa.
At the end of the whole process, Amaya is going to mind link Argentia and be like, so this is what Bark is trying to say. Bless his heart.
When Barca gets done saying this too, Bark is very proud of himself. Almost kind of like he's kind of looking very sincere at Tina, but also kind of expecting a reaction, you know, like when you do something good, you're kind of you're expecting that, like, yeah, right. I just spoke that to you.
And you see Argentia as draconic as a smile you can see, seems to be smiling and kind of nudges up against you just to kind of.
He does it. He does back, you know, just head bunting, kind of just.
Yeah.
And then goes and sits down next to Maya and says, Barker's good at speaking dragon, but Barker wants to know more. And thus now in our free time, Barker is probably going to try to learn how to speak more dragon with Maya.
Yep, Amaya will probably start more with some of the basics of the language than trying to jump into phrases right from the get-go, but she'll absolutely work with them.
Well, and so just because admittedly I'm already keeping track of a bunch of different training things, you may want to write on your character sheet that you're going to begin training on that. And we'll...
You know, I would like to get in on that lessons.
Okay.
If you're offering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Narashi would also like to join.
Okay.
Because we've got a lot of beings that we don't have a lot of communication crossovers.
And it's typically the language of magic, so
yeah,
it's a handy one to have.
And now that I can turn into a dragon, I would like to be able to speak and understand it.
That's very good. That's good.
Yeah.
So you guys are able to purchase what last things you need as a group of, what are there, 6 of you? Yeah, 6 of you. Well, 7 and 8
7.
with Paladin and Argentia with you as well. No one messes with you. You do get a feeling that you're being watched, but you're also walking around Sharn with a silver dragon, which tends to
draws a little bit of attention.
But admittedly, with your passive perceptions, you don't necessarily know if it's just because you're running around with Argentia or not. As far as, but you're definitely being noticed. However, you return with your successful shopping to Zion. And what are you gonna? And you still have probably between all the shopping, getting the tags. Going to the house healing, then going shopping, getting the tag, going back to the house healing, doing more shopping, and getting back to Zion. It's probably early evening now, so say 5, 6 in the grand scheme of things. What would you guys like to do?
Gavin goes to his room and begins the ritual to make the Ravager his new pact weapon.
Okay.
Weren't we about to go to a house here and ask them why we were attacked? I thought that was kind of one of the things we were doing, but I'm just checking.
No, we haven't.
The assassins?
I don't remember.
Never mind then. Maybe
Yeah,
I just misread something.
I don't think we've actually discussed the attack yet.
Got it.
Oh, I will say when you do get that, there are a couple of letters or messages waiting for different members. There's one for Rhiannon specifically.
I rip that shit open.
Okay. It's a message from Meredith, or reply, basically saying, I'll get your man and find out what I can find out about this Kalantaj.
I will excitedly announce to the group that Meredith is on board.
And so there is that. There are several letters more generically addressed to the captain and or crew of the Berezaya Argia.
Oh no.
Many of them are requests for information. There's one or two letters from a couple of people that you maybe recognize as authors interested in wanting to know more about the information of the crew and the ship and more of the stories to be told. You do. You also have a couple of invitations from a couple of different societal groups, for lack of a better term, that would be interested in perhaps hosting a gala or a fete with you as the sort of the guests of honor.
Which ones?
A couple of different noble families or aristocratic families in Shar. There's also the oh crap, what the hell's their name? There's a couple of adventuring / archaeological societies in Shar. I want to say one's the Clifftop Adventurers Guild, if I remember correctly. I could look at a book, but I'm not going to. At any rate, but they are definitely interested in hosting an event where you're the guest of honor. You do see there is a letter from Telman, Talganis, just again saying thank you to you for everything that you've done to help him and his sister. It is much appreciated, and they do invite you, next time that you have some time in our Shar, to please come and visit. They would be happy to, offer perhaps a dinner or something along those lines. Again, is sort of a way of saying thank you. And just to say thanks again for everything you did to help Solana.
Are any of the letters from noble families in Sharn, do they happen to be the noble that Rhiannon's father was going to reach out to?
Ooh, good question. None of the names necessarily sound familiar to you. You're just kind of getting the sense that due to the uniqueness of Zaya and the fact that right now there's not a whole lot of information about such a unique, pardon me, I cannot speak today, such a unique airship, being that it's obviously not one of the elemental airships that you're used to seeing with House Lyrandar and what have you. That, there's just to say there's a lot of curiosity about the Berezaya Argia is like saying hopeful that can, and plus, this is, that there's always the different newspapers and gazettes and whatever that are posting information on whatever they can. So, like, funny enough, by now you've maybe even seen from people selling newspapers that like the name of the Berezaya Argia is out there. Like the inquisitives and reporters have already figured out that much. And whatever public information, aka that you guys were registered out of the Lazar principalities, was it, if I remember correctly? So they know that. They don't really know anything else. So of course, everyone, you kind of get the sense from a lot of these like authors and reporters and what you're getting letters from, they all want to get the inside scoop. So they're all like, putting out feelers and trying to get that information.
I'm honestly kind of tempted to say that each one of us should go to a different outlet and just give completely contradictory information.
I love that plan.
Sowers of chaos. I will just pull Ember aside real quick. And show her the letter from Meredith, or the message from Meredith. Would you be able to send her a quick message?
Yes, I still have slots available.
Okay. You're gonna have to identify yourself so she knows who you are. So probably just tell her your name and that you're my friend. Be careful with the investigation. Potential for trouble from shit. What were the dark quarry called?
Either the Dreaming
Inspired.
Dark or
From
Inspired.
Dreaming Dark. Could be very dangerous.
Okay, I'm casting sending.
Pardon me, sorry.
I'm not going to be an ass about it. Because I almost started to whom it may concern. Oh, no. All right. Hello, Meredith. This is Ember. Rhiannon advises caution with the investigation. Suspected Dreaming Dark involvement. Thank you for taking the guy under your care. Yeah.
And after probably a short pause, you hear this woman's voice kind of reply back. Thank you for the heads up. We'll investigate further. Please keep me in the loop about Lyria. Stay safe.
I give Rhiannon the message.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have, oddly enough, more slots available if we need more messages, so before we sleep. Okay, I guess Narashti needs to tell Stone Guy the plan.
Yeah, Narashti needs to tell Harry.
Do we have him go to Meredith
Give
or
me a
Meredith's
second,
going
I'm
to him?
No, she'll go to him.
Okay.
Or
So we
House
need to
Madani
give him a
agents
heads
will
up.
go to him. I kind of doubt Meredith
Right.
will go herself because she's kind of the head person down there, but House Madani agents will go to him.
That's fair. Okay.
Okay, so if Narash, you got the message, can you guys make sure that she knows that he thinks I'm a stone?
I don't think anybody is going to give up that ruse.
I'm just saying, I kind of built some trust on that, and maybe it was a poor idea, but I had to
Did
go
I
with
send
it.
another message to Meredith telling her do not contradict the stone?
The stone bearer.
Oh God, should we? We should. Okay, I'm sending another message.
Hey, by the way.
Hey, yeah.
Long story, but
It's me again. Please don't tell him that the stone isn't sentient. We have him convinced Narashti is the stone.
Long story.
Long story short, thanks.
After again, you hear. Okay. Is there a
No questions.
password
Oh.
or phrase I should use when meeting Daguerre?
Okay, there really should be an option that if I cast it at a higher level, I get more words. This sucks. Okay, so I'm gonna cast it at 4th level now. I'm running out of slots. No password needed. He thinks he is called the Stone Bearer.
Stonekeeper.
Stonekeeper.
Stonekeeper, oh.
Stonekeeper. It's harmless. Trying to keep the muggles safe. I probably shouldn't have used muggle, but, non-magical.
Okay.
Wait, I've got 6 more words. No, I lost it. Okay, that's it.
Again, after a few brief moments, in this woman's voice. Stonekeeper it is then. I will get my people on it.
We're good. Anybody else need to send a freaking message?
You got any slots left there?
2.
Yeah, I wanted to just send a message to my cousin, but it's going to be kind of a detailed conversation, so this might take 2 or 3, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
You mean the one that I burned?
I am just
that I don't have enough slots for that.
that was definitely not in character. That was 100% a joke.
I know.
Tongue firmly planted in cheek.
All right, so, well, after they've done that, Narashi's going to reach out to the stone keeper.
Okay.
Make sure he knows it'll be House Madani agents that come for him.
Okay. Will do. Stone keeper.
Yes, hello.
Oh, are you still safe?
Yes.
Okay. I have people coming to keep you safe.
Oh, wonderful.
They're from House Madani, and they'll know you're the stone keeper.
Oh, okay.
And they'll keep you safe. And,
The stone.
and what?
And the stone safe.
And they'll help you keep the stone safe. Me safe.
Go with them.
Yeah, so stay with them. Go with them.
Okay.
Give the stone to them? Are we keeping the stone with Meredith?
I will have further communications later. I must rock think.
And funny enough, you hear him. You get this kind of feeling because this is a mind blank. It is not just the regular sending back and forth. So you get this sense when you're like, I need to do the stone thing and meditate Om, that you actually feel him like, oh yes, and then you kind of mentally feel him sort of
Oh no.
like attempt to sort of meditate as well, trying to meditate with you. Like, you get the sense that, like, yes, he's not an adventurer, but he's taking the Stonekeeper thing very seriously.
Oh no. You realize we're creating a new religion, right?
I just heard that. I'm like, we get back down to that continent like years later, and there's a whole cult around Nene the Stone.
Cult leader Harold, the Stonekeeper cartographer.
I mean,
Oh my god,
I
why
haven't
not?
heard anything,
Why
right?
not with this group?
That's just a Thursday. Like, if that's,
Fine, let's start a new religion. It's good.
Oh
You
my
think
God.
that's crazy? Wait till the stone shows up in human form on a ship they've never seen before.
That can also create a humanly form?
It's gonna be like,
Oh my god.
oh boy.
I hate to use this phrase, but we are looking like gods right now.
A little bit.
now someone just needs to polymorph into a goldfish. Anyway,
I can do that.
are you offering us tribute?
No.
Fair enough then.
My wisdom is not great, actually.
Well, and the irony being is that Keyless was, but anyway, I digress. So, is anyone else doing anything else for the evening?
Oh, yes. Narashti.
Yes.
While I was in town before you died, I managed to purchase something for you.
Me?
Yeah, I have this necklace for you. And I'll put it on you. But
Very pretty.
in D&D Beyond, it is the amulet of proof against detection and location.
Okay, I need to find this.
Basically, when you're wearing it, you're hidden from divinitation magic. You cannot be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying or sensors.
Amulet of proof against detection and location.
Yes.
I have that.
And then just to let you know, I believe it does require attunement.
It
does.
does require attunement.
I will go then in the. Thank you. This
I hope, yeah, because now that you're worried that somebody might be tracking you and could possibly track Zaya.
This could offer protection to all of us.
Well, pretty much. Since they can't track you, they don't know about Zaya yet. Hopefully. They don't know what Zaya is.
No.
They just know that she was found, but they don't know in what capacity, so they can't really scry on her.
I'm sure they're still looking for a person, because that would be
the most logical thing.
Right. That's what I was looking for.
But they know you.
They know
so
me.
I'm hoping that we got this on you in time. Or at the very least, they can't get us now. And if we leave Sharn, hopefully they won't know where we're going.
No. And Kalantosh is the strongest connection and link that they could use to get to me.
So I am removing this off of my inventory.
I am adding it. I am adding it, and I will attune if we have the rest time to do it.
You guys should be able to get a full night's rest, so you can definitely attune to it tonight.
Okay.
I will also have given Barga his cloak, and tell him that I'm working on something special for him.
Barca takes out one of his earrings, because he's, thank you, friend. And he takes out one of his earrings. In fact, it's on the broken ear. It was barely holding in there anyway. And it's a little bit, actually probably just like a little bloody, and then probably got some other things involved with it. And he goes and he puts it up to your ear and is like,
you know what? That's a little big for my ears.
Big hoop.
It's probably a little bit heavy for my ear. But we could put it on a necklace.
Oh, Barca, sorry.
That's okay, buddy.
Barca can give different gift. Just
No, buddy, I like your gift. Does it have to go in my ear?
it's an earring.
It's a Barca-sized earring. Rhiannon is not Barca-sized.
Yes.
How
Barca
big is
can
it?
give you a different gift.
Yeah.
How big
big
would you
is
say
it?
it is?
How big is it?
I mean, it's probably, as you on his screen, he's got earrings that kind of get bigger, are real big on the lobe, but kind of get bigger up. But yeah, it's probably the size of a wedding ring, like a male wedding ring.
Oh, okay,
that's
never
fine.
mind. I was thinking it was one of the big ones.
Yeah.
No, it's one of the
Okay.
smaller ones from like up his ear.
Okay.
Fuck it, she'll let him put it in.
Right,
All right.
rewind.
Her ears are pierced. It's okay.
Or holes.
No, here, put it in this one.
Okay, so you're assuming Barca's going to put it in an existing piercing.
You know what? Can I put it in? Can I do it?
Oh, yeah, Barca.
Okay.
Any
I
hands
wanted
see the
a
earring?
dex roll.
And I will just take like a corner of my dress and just like clean it off real quick. And then I'll stick it in like one of the holes in my left ear.
Okay.
Hey, thank you. And he grabs like the cloak and he kind of goes, and just kind of rubs his face on it, and then he rubs his face on it, then he throws it on the ground and he kind of like rolls around on it like he really, really likes it. And at different points kind of like moves his hands kind of like that as he's kind of getting into it a little bit. And then he gets up and he's like, thank you. And he runs away.
Well, that's just fucking adorable.
That's wonderful.
Cloak with him when he runs away?
Come on.
What?
Yeah.
Does he take the cloak with him when he runs away?
Oh, yeah. Either that or he runs 10 steps and he's like, and he comes back and grabs the cloak and is, thank you again. And he runs back and he puts it on
Welcome,
and he's like,
Bucky.
I love it. I love it.
And now
Okay.
he starts not forgetting that he needs to probably attune to it. Like someone's probably gonna have to explain that at some point. He starts trying to like jump, and he only notices like he's going like 4 feet. It's like his natural jumping, and so he's trying to use it on the
Buddy?
deck.
Hey, buddy.
It-
You have to take some time to think really hard about it before it'll work.
Oh,
I know.
okay.
You need to investigate it. Can you investigate it for a while?
Barker no investigate.
Okay.
So Barker goes and he sits down and stares at it.
Well, all right.
Leans up against Tina on the ship and just that's all he's doing.
Okay. So we have not divvied out the booty from our attack yet.
I got your booty right here.
So I believe, was it Rhiannon was taking the cloak of protection?
No, I already have a cloak.
And here's a question for you, because granted, he was only kind of peripherally in it. Do you want to try to include Kaladin in this like you did Macaulay before, or do you want to leave it as a separate thing? I don't care either way. Just asking to ask.
Kaladin was part of the fight for this one.
He was.
So I would feel all right for him getting the fair share.
Okay.
Anybody else in disagreement?
Nope. Brian, I just sent you a text, and I will have to redo the math on the gold pieces. So give me a moment.
That's fair. Okay.
I know as far as like the little decorative pieces, I believe Ember is interested in one of the dragon scale ribbons.
Narashti's also interested in the other one.
Oh, I didn't even notice until right now that there's actually 2 of them.
Yep, 2 different ones.
That's
One with
actually
the star rose quartz and the other one with silver.
So just the easiest way to probably the easiest way to figure out once you divvy out the money, if you want to purchase a art piece, which is what we're looking at here as far as kind of those stuff, or whatnot, instead of just getting the monetary value, just subtract the monetary value from your share.
Oh, it's included in the share. Gotcha.
I guess, Bear, you were the one kind of working on divvying it up originally, right? Oh,
You cut out. Say again.
Sorry, you were the one that kind of figured out the shares for everyone, correct?
I did, yes. I did not include the art because I knew people were going to be claiming it.
Oh, okay, never mind then. So you don't necessarily have to subtract the art money yet. We'll leave it at that.
I'm not sure if anybody has a short sword.
Wasn't that they're like a weird?
But
If no one else wants it, Kaladin would probably be okay picking up the crossbow.
I definitely don't use crossbow.
I've got no real use for it.
Same.
But ultimately, whatever you guys decide to do.
What about Barca?
Barca has longbow. It's already good.
Sure. I say we hang on to the alchemy jug and the dust of sneezing and choking.
I agree.
Who wants to carry that?
Yeah, the dust of sneezing and choking I've seen come in handy.
I feel like as the rogue-ish person, I'm most roguey, that maybe I should hang on to that.
I'd be A-okay with that.
Agreed.
I'll put that in my inventory.
I mean, and an alchemy jug is just kind of nice to have.
You can make that another kind of installation in Zaya, like the cleaning stone.
Yeah, we should. I would agree to that.
Just have it in like the kitchen area where we normally eat food.
Yep.
You may want to put some rules forth on its use with the goblins. Just throwing that out there.
Well, I think it's like only like it's got a limited number of charges per day, I believe.
Right, but I'm saying you may want to
Make sure they don't wake up early every morning and make the maximum amount of gravy they can.
exactly.
Why is this full of mayo again? God.
I'm not saying they would do that. I'm also not saying they would do that.
I swear, if I wake up one morning and it's full of Dinty Moore stew, I am going to be angry.
What kind of sword is Gavin's sword? It's not a short sword, is it?
The Ravager is a long sword.
Yeah, that leopard fur short sword scabbard.
Gavin, I will point out, is also not on deck and part of this conversation. So,
just for clarification, Gavin, the extra damage from the crit is not multiplied by the crit.
noted. Thank you.
I kind of thought we were having this conversation out of character, but if we're doing it in character and Gavin is not present, Rhiannon would point it out.
Where is Gavin?
He went into their. Is Rhiannon and him pretty much living in the same room now?
Yeah.
Then
he went downstairs to
their quarters.
attune to his new sword.
What she said.
These days.
I don't know if he's finished or not, but we should probably check on him and see if there are any of these items that he wants.
Agreed. There's a copper cloth robe. That's kind of nice.
I do have an out of character as I'm kind of figuring out where stuff is going. Did somebody claim the Cloak of Protection?
No.
I think there was a conversation about Ember or Narashti getting it.
Narashi would definitely want Ember to have it because the whole Ember dying in her arm was rather fresh, and she would not like to repeat that experience.
Yeah, I do not have a cloak of protection of any sort.
Okay. All yours as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
Okay. Wait, does that boost up the AC, the protection?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. What is your AC, Gavin? What would it boop you up to?
I have a 19 currently, so I say take it.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and you were saying you were pretty low, right?
Yeah. But I tend to try to stay away from the melee shit.
The Cloak of Protection also ups your saves by 1.
That's fair.
It gives you +1 to AC and saving throws.
So I mean, I would be at a 20, which I would not argue with, but I'm also super indifferent. Plus, again, as pointed out, Gavin is not there to have this conversation. So.
And we'll go down and check on Gavin and see if he's finished with his sword.
Okay.
Gavin
I will.
is not in your shared room.
I will go to his room.
I will take it and I will start attuning to the cloak of protection.
Can Narashti have the rose quartz ribbon and you want this and give you the silver one, Ember?
Sure. If Rhiannon,
Or if Rhiannon doesn't want to.
are we gonna roll?
Rhiannon went downstairs. Rhiannon's not on the deck anymore.
Well, we'll put these aside. We'll figure this out later.
Okay.
And the rest of this stuff, we need to see if Gavin wants maybe
I'm
the
very
sexy
magenta
robe.
right now.
You are very magenta, right? And you're kind of
What's
pinkish.
going on there?
Not very pink.
Is the door to your room locked, Gavin?
Are there locks on the doors?
I assumed there were.
I mean, you could ask Zaya for one.
I mean, there's probably not like locks well, I mean, you guys could purchase locks and then have Zaya quote unquote install them, but there are ways to shut and not bar the door, but obviously stop the door from opening. Like it's not like a doorknob, but there's probably something to keep the door like a.
I'll do it like a quick knock and then try to open the door.
Okay, well, it's you can open it. It's not locked.
Gavin?
He's kind of sitting in the middle of the room with his back against the bed. You see the sword is gone. And he's just kind of staring blankly out into space. He does. I mean, he looks up when you walk in, but
We're all up on deck looking over the stuff that we found. Are you coming up?
I don't want any of it.
Okay. What's going on?
I'm brooding. Trying to hone my brooding skills.
Are you... Are you okay?
No.
Is this an instance where I need to talk you out of whatever bad headspace you're in, or do I need to leave you alone?
He just stands up. I don't think you can talk me out of it, so I'm just going to pretend like it's not there.
That's not healthy.
I'm not healthy. I don't know if you've caught that or not. I've got a lot of issues.
Join the club? What's this about?
I just don't know where I fit.
I get that. I don't honestly think any of us really know where we fit at this point.
Yeah, well, I'm taking it harder than I usually do because I actually like you people.
Well, I mean, obviously, I can absolutely speak for everyone and say that we all like you, but I don't. I like you.
Not sure that former part is true. It's fine. Anyway.
No, it's not fine. We're a family. And I don't know what kind of family we are or how we all fit together. And I think honestly that there's a lot of work to be done to get us to be closer than we are right now. I barely know Narashti. I don't have much of a relationship with Maya. Ember and I fight all the time. The only people I'm close to are you and Barca.
That's true.
But that doesn't mean that you don't have a place here. And I'm going to say this to you because I care about you, and therefore I'm not going to bullshit you. But if you don't like how things are happening, get up off your ass and do something about it, Gavin.
Like what?
Try.
I have. Every time I do, somebody yells at me for doing something stupid.
Like, when? How? What are you talking about?
Okay. With Amaya, the other day. And yeah, I was absolutely in the wrong. But it doesn't mean that she didn't need to be healed.
Yes. And honestly, I think things like that happening and that disagreement between the two of you could be prevented in the future if the two of you have more conversations and develop more of a friendship. Have you tried developing a friendship with her? I know I haven't put the work into it that I should have. If you knew each other better and you had more of an understanding, that probably wouldn't have been the issue that it was. Should she have snapped at you like that? I don't know. Your intent was good. But if that is not something that someone welcomes, there's reasoning behind that, and you've got to get to know her better to understand that. I still have a hard time trusting Narashti. That's on me. I barely know her, and I haven't really put any effort into it, and that's my fault. We have been through so much lately. And if we keep on like we are, we're going to end up breaking apart because none of us are putting the effort into getting to know each other. And you can't blame everyone but yourself. And she'll give him a kiss on the cheek and go upstairs.
He kind of follows behind her about, like, there's a beat, like, about 15 feet get between the two of them when he follows behind her. He's like, I mean, for the record, I was feeling bad for myself, not blaming other people, but your point is taken.
You're cute, but sometimes you do a little too much sulking. She'll kind of drop. She'll drop back to walk next to him and smack him on the ass.
He will join everybody on deck.
Okay.
As soon as I see Gavin, I will run up to him with the copper robe in my hand and say, Gavin, honestly, I think you could pull off this. You look fucking sexy. And I hand him the robe.
He will shoot a not so covert look at Rhiannon, kind of a, okay, I'm a fucking idiot kind of look. At which point he will take the robe, throw it around his shoulders, and put it on.
Oh yeah. Work it.
You're like the sister I never thought that I wanted, Ember.
You're the sister I never knew I had, I never knew I needed, and definitely never wanted.
You wanted it. You just didn't know it yet.
See Maya a little bit of a distance away, is just kind of gives a pondering look, and then kind of a where she kind of, tilts her head to the side a little bit, gives a minor approving nod, and then goes about her business.
Thanks, shit, Mom.
Barca is still strenuously staring at that cloak.
Maybe telling Barca to investigate it wasn't the best.
Wasn't the greatest.
You know what? As long as
didn't
it
know
works,
else
I
how
don't
to
think it
tell him.
matters.
We'll know where he is at all times right now. I mean...
So Barca, as you're sitting there, focused intently on this cloak, you
Brian is I can barely able to hear him.
sorry. So as you're sitting there, kind of intently staring at this cloak. And you notice the fine kind of, I'd say almost a little bit like a maybe a leopard, sort of the spotted fur, but like kind of like, you know how you have the Black Panther where it's kind of black on black kind of thing, but you still see the little. But if you get the right sheen, you can still see sort of the spots on it. You get kind of that sense, although the fur of the blink dog is a little bit more towards the maybe almost like a bluish kind of coat. But as you sit there kind of looking intently, you get this sound of you almost hear this sort of like panting, and it first you almost start to realize it's like you think it's coming from the cloak, but as you start to focus on it because it draws your attention, you then see that you are also panting, but you're almost kind of panting with it. And as you attune to the cloak, because you attune to the cloak, it's not so much of a voice as just sort of almost like an emotional presence. Say, we hunt, we go search, we go find, we hunt, we go.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I suggested a sentient object for Barca. I'm sorry.
It's not Craven's Edge. I'm good.
We don't know yet.
What? What do you want to hunt?
Oh, we can hunt the squeaky things and the furry ones and the flying ones and the not flying ones. Oh, all the fun things. And the ones that are really smelly, they're so much fun.
Okay, Barca.
You get these images of different animals, like squirrels and birds. And you even hear even the stinky ones, and you see like a picture of a skunk kind of in your mind.
Barca, like the stinky ones. Okay.
God damn it!
And you get this idea of this sort of mental image of this chase through with like branches and stuff coming by you, and you feel this. You get the smell of the scent of this musk of this creature as you sense the cloak is giving you this image of just the joy of the hunt.
Okay. Barca, as he's getting this, he's kind of carefully, kind of like he doesn't really like when people are in his head, but in the same respect, he was given this cloak by the person he trusts most in the world. So he trusts this voice. So you kind of see Barca getting into it, and it's drawing on his more like raw nature of wanting to go hunt some stuff and mash some stuff. So he's accepting the voices. He also understands he's got a greater tie to the crew and kind of is like, oh, Barca would like to hunt, but Barca got responsibility as chieftain, but soon we hunt friends of Barca's back cloak. You seem nice. What else can you do for Barca if Barca go on hunt?
And you see there's this kind of confusion as the cloak doesn't seem to really understand what you said so much, but then kind of like, yeah, okay, we go hunt when you want, I help, yeah.
How do you help?
Oh, uh, uh, and you sort of feel this, again, kind of emotional sort of presence in your mind. It's weird because I guess the even though I'm kind of saying words to you as far as when the cloak is talking to you, you get it much more as a sense of like emotions and pictures as opposed to an actual like voice or words. But it gets the basic intent across. But you get this sense of, again, chasing down prey, and you sense, like sense the pack to your left and to your right as you're chasing down a large feline creature with these weird, funky sort of like kind of tentacles coming off of its back. And you see as you get this image of you're guessing the cloak's view as it comes running in, and you see this cat or this weird feline. It's got 6 legs and has these funky sort of tentacle things on its back. And as it swishes out with one of them, you actually see all of a sudden there's just a brief weird flash, and all of a sudden the view has changed, so you're now like to the side of this cat-like creature, and then you feel the joy of its. You see the image of the cat kind of shift a little bit, but you feel the joy of the cloak's maw latch on to one of the legs and start struggling and tearing at it. You get that image before it kind of goes away. You're back to your normal.
So Barca takes that emotion of right before it went somewhere and looks up at the deck wherever Amaya is, and focuses really hard on that feeling and tries to appear next to Maya.
And you appear next to Amaya.
Holy shit. Oh, and you hear that reaction right in your ear, Amaya. Oh.
And you get this feeling from the cloak of a tail wagging and hitting the floor.
And I'm actually, like, my butt is doing that too. Like, oh. Okay.
Hey, Buddy, you made it work. Good job.
What is happening over there?
Amaya, I have a really strong urge to go hunting right now. Do we need food for a ship? Because
We're in
Barca.
town, Barca.
Barca, we're in a really big city.
Barca,
There's a forest or something we could find nearby to do some hunting.
oh, okay. Oh.
Hey Brian, did I ever go hunting when I was a kid, like in the area?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I probably know the sewer system
you
around
were
here.
nobility, so I'm sure at some point you were probably stuck getting dragged into a hunt of some kind. Like whether or not you actually hunted anything is, is probably up for debate, but.
So yeah, assuming I'm privy to this conversation, Gavin will pipe in and say, I actually know of an area where we could do exactly that.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Does it have like cats with 6 legs and like things coming Barca's really craving six-legged cat tentacle creature.
Well,
It's just a huge craving.
Can I?
That would be in my wheelhouse.
For those of you that the description that he mentioned, it seems a little odd. You can go ahead and make a nature roll if you'd like to.
Yeah, this is my area here.
While they're kind of pondering it, Barca says, "Zaya, Barca candy," and I'm sure it probably appears nearby as it's done in the past, and he just grabs one and puts it right in his mouth and just like.
Dirty 20, Brian.
Yeah, he is definitely describing a displacer beast.
22. Yep.
I don't know that they're going to have displacer beasts there, buddy, but, I mean, we could probably go hunting in the cogs. There might be some shit like that down there.
No.
So,
all right.
In part, slight retcon.
Yep.
So you definitely get the emotion from it when it tries to communicate with you. You do actually hear a language, but I don't think it's a language you understand.
He does speak with animals because he is a totem bear.
Hmm.
I know you said totem bearer, but I heard totem bear.
That is also what I heard.
I'm going to say for this, it's not going to necessarily... I will say it gives you a deeper understanding when it sends the emotions and sort of pictures into your head, like you're able to very instinctively understand it way better than like if Gavin had attuned to it or Rhiannon necessarily, just because you're very in touch with your animal instincts, your animal side. So it'll help in that regards. Well, actually, what languages does Barca speak?
He speaks novice giant. Let's see here. Sorry, where did my character sheet go?
It's almost one phrase of Draconic.
Oh, that's gone now. There's no.
Retention of a sieve.
Let's see here. He speaks Goblin.
Okay.
Common, Goblin, a little bit, and a little bit of Giant. That's
it. Yeah, it is definitely a language you do not recognize.
Okay, but I understand the emotion. So I think he's confusing this emotion a little bit with his own emotion because he doesn't quite understand what's going on, and voices being in his head. That's just pretty much a normal thing at this point, especially when it's from an item that he might not be able to know it's coming from that, but he senses that, and it's from a trusted friend. So he's just going with the flow at this point. So yeah, he wants to hunt. He feels that anger. He feels like the minute the blood hits his teeth, it almost triggers his rage because that's something that would, once it hits your lips, it's just so good. So yeah, it's that kind of pull for him.
Okay. So just to let you know, as far as some additional statistics to the cloak, it can communicate both by transmitting the kind of emotions and pictures, so to speak, telepathically with the wearer, as well as speak Sylvan, which you don't know. Go ahead and roll me a d4 real quick.
All right. A 2.
It has it effectively has hearing and vision, normal vision up to 60 feet. That includes smell or scent.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, does that, because it's a sentient being, it would have its own.
I mean, it's sentient, but it's not. I mean, it's not necessarily very overpowering sentience. I mean, it's apparently blink dogs are crazy smart. Like they've got a 10 intelligence. So
Got it.
and while the cloak maybe doesn't have that as high an intelligence because it's now a sentient item, but
I guess my only question is how would that affect the character if it's got, I'm just curious how to play that. If the cloak has smelling, hearing.
it can, so I mean, it doesn't have any skills necessarily.
Okay.
So it would roll just still like a d20. But the fact that it has access to senses,
So it might,
it's not completely reliant on, I guess, you to see the world immediately around it.
so it might speak something. It might say something to me like, "Oh, I see this over here," or "Hey, let's go hunt that." So just in the sense that that's where it's come from. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it'll pretty much just be a straight like d20 roll, but
Yep.
and we'll leave it at that for now. I mean, as you gain more familiarity with it and whatnot, there's a possibility other things might develop.
Nice. Okay. Yep. Barker wants Barker. So we can't hunt, just representer kitty thing. But we hunt. When can we hunt? If you know where to hunt.
Well, I guess my question is, do you want to hunt in the city or do you want to hunt in the forest?
I wouldn't be opposed to going hunting as well if we can go out in the woods.
Hold on. And Barker thinks, and he's listening for an emotion from the cloak.
You just get this excited feeling like, hunt?
And he thinks really hard on city, and then he thinks really hard on forest to see if there's a difference in emotion coming from the cloak.
You get some confusion with city, but forest, it's very, it knows forest. Like you get the sense like it knows forest.
Barker immediately like, forest. Barker wants forest.
You got it, buddy.
Yay, Gavin and Barker go hunting.
Hey guys, anybody else want to go hunting?
I do.
Sure.
I would be useless in a hunt, I think.
What are you talking about? Fireball kills everything.
Right? I disagree, love.
I feel like Barca would be pretty angry if I just burned everything to a crisp.
Well, I mean, dinner.
I don't.
Gosh.
Does anybody mind if we take a longboat?
Huh?
No, I think that is a good idea.
So apparently, Brian, me, Rhiannon, or not me, I'm sorry, me, Narashti, and Barca are going to take a longboat to go hunting.
Is Ember going with?
This evening, then, or
Oh wait, I should
Probably go in the morning.
It's like, and yeah, actually, Gavin will, because I forgot what time of day it was. So Gavin to Barker is like, I know you want to go right now, but you understand that the best hunting is going to happen earlier in the day, so it might be better if we go tomorrow.
I mean, if you go, I only have second and first level spells.
Barker kind of, hold on, Gavin. And Barca kind of goes back and does his stare again and thinks about his thinking stare and thinks about morning,
His stone thinking.
like sunrise or
Cloak thinking.
sunset.
you It doesn't really have an opinion. You also kind of get the sense like it understands night and day, but you're explaining like tomorrow morning, like when you get past more of night and day, it gets very confused.
Barca
Like-
just
And you get kind of a sense of like, yeah, day, yeah, night, yeah, huh.
Barca would like to go hunting now, but seems like either morning or night. I say early bugbear, get the six-legged kitty.
Okay. I agree with this statement. I am now going to be including that in all of my discussions from here forth. And yeah, let's leave a little before dawn.
Yeah.
Well,
We
then,
also need to stock up on diamonds. We have not discussed that.
We can check out House Kandarak. We got to make a deposit there anyway.
okay, before we do that, Nash is gonna hold up the ribbons that she's been carrying around, trying to wait for a moment of like, okay, those of us with long hair, who wants a ribbon? Pretty ribbons.
Well, I thought Ember wanted one of the ribbons.
Well,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
We want to make sure that you don't want, or if you want one, we
You
can
want-
roll off.
Yeah, no, it's
You want a
fine.
ribbon?
I don't have a strong feeling about it.
Amaya, ribbon? Shiny?
Appreciate the thought, but I am able to keep my hair in control with what I've got.
Yeah, and I can turn it off and on. That doesn't mean jack.
Okay, Ember.
Is Amaya politely declining?
Yes, Samaya is polite.
I'm sure we can find you something else nice for your hair.
So
Barca
we'll
does
verify. The
ribbon.
porcelain
Oh.
base then
Or maybe Barca does ribbon.
You have to speak up.
and the leopard fur short sword scabbard, are you guys keeping those or getting rid of them?
I think we're going to sell those.
I think
Okay.
those,
I don't know,
yeah,
Gavin,
we're
I think
selling.
I think you could pull off the leopard print.
I don't carry a short sword.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's a short sword scabbard.
I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying I don't carry a short sword.
We could get you a short sword.
We might be able to we might be able to take it into a shop and put like an extension on it so that
I mean, theoretically, Amaya could use it, but I feel like that's really not her style.
that's fair. That's
Gavin
fair.
just takes the leopard print scabbard and shoves it into his belt. Apparently, that's what's happening right now.
It goes so well with the copper rope.
Right?
Okay, back to the ribbons. Ember,
Okay.
silver or pink? Pink or silver?
I prefer silver,
There you
Yeah,
go.
Ember seems more
Okay.
like a silver kind of.
especially with the now blue hair.
Yes.
Okay, I have the silver ribbon.
I have the pink one.
I am putting it in my character sheet.
Okay.
Done.
By the way, you instantly see Barca going into like preparing for hunt mode. So he's like sharpening his blade, he's sharpening his arrows. His eyes are like almost fully dilated. Like he is like a kid who's about to go to Disney World. Like there's no sleep that night, only preparation, only planning, no anything else. And you can hear him talking to Tina about the hunt and about the process and about, like, oh, and like Barca could jump off back with arrow and take shot, then cloak down and like tackle and then bite into neck of beast and like you just hear the excitement in different ways, and it's constant. He doesn't really. He's almost like ready to go now.
As you're going through that, at one point you do actually get interrupted by Tina, who asks, May I join you on your hunt?
Oh, Barca. Yes, friend. Barca. And he tries to repeat the phrase that Amaya said to him earlier about how he respects her, at least, and it probably doesn't come out even close to what it's supposed to, but he just glosses by it, saying, "Oh, Barca," and then respects you, friend. And then he comes out of it and says, "And respected friends, always come on. Barca would be so honored. Oh, you have no idea. Oh, what kind of things you hunt?"
Oh, well, actually, the last time I went on a hunt, I picked up an owlbear.
Oh, what's an owlbear? And he sits down cross-legged, just wanting to know every detail. Tell me the story. Like, what's owlbear? What? It sounds like it might be related to Barca. Means mighty hunt.
And you get this kind of sense of joy wash over Argenta as they begin to start telling you. In your head, you actually hear this, again, kind of feel that tail thumping against the ground.
And you can start to almost like see him move his butt a little bit, even though he doesn't quite have a tail. Butt's just kind of wiggling, ready to go during the whole story.
Okay. And so, yeah, they Argenta then begins telling you the story of their hunt for the owlbear.
And yeah, he just takes that whole story and he's trying to picture an owlbear. I mean, he has an idea of what an owl is because he's pretty in tune with animals and whatnot. But then, he thinks of himself and he knows what a bug looks like and he knows what a bear looks like and he knows that he doesn't really look like a bug at all. So he's like, well, maybe I'll. So it's like all these different visualizations of what an owlbear could be because he's never met an owlbear before.
I love it. Love it. All right. Is there anything else anyone else is doing for the evening?
Rhiannon would go find Narashti.
Okay. Easy enough.
She's probably in her room at this point.
Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Hey.
Hi,
You
Rhiannon.
busy? Are you busy?
Not really. What's up?
Well, I realized that I don't really know you, and I haven't really tried either. So I was hoping that we could maybe just chat a little bit and get to know each other.
Sure. Want to see my treasure box?
Sure. We don't necessarily have to like role play it all out, but Rhiannon is trying to make it a point to start talking more to people that she's not sleeping with.
No, that's fair.
That's cool.
Gavin is probably doing the same thing, but like trying to kind of make some headway with like Amaya in terms of like forging a closer friendship and that sort of thing. So.
Okay.
Sure. And Amaya probably at that point realizes that she really hasn't told anybody on the crew like anything about herself, and that a lot of us kind of hasn't. So I'm going to suggest that we do kind of like just a round table meeting where we kind of all get together and we're like, hey, here's my life so far. Here's who I am and where I've been.
Gavin suggests you make it a drinking game.
Yes.
That's the way to get buy-in.
Barca was not going to join until you said drinking game.
Hey,
then,
we got this little fun item from the last haul that we got.
Yes!
I'm so here for it.
I love it. Okay, so you and so Rand and Rashti have a good conversation and kind of get to know each other better. And Gavin and Amaya kind of do the same. Barca is kind of enthralled with the discussions with Argentia. In fact, at one point, Barca, you're so enthralled that you realize that the Goblin crew is also sitting down and listening at one point. And the only time you really notice that is when one of them kind of shifts position and kind of curls up in your lap and grabs the cloak to kind of wrap around itself as it's listening.
Oh, so glad you said that, because he crawls in his lap, has no clue he's there. The minute this goblin touches the cloak, Barca growls and chucks him off of his lap.
Okay. and
Not off the ship, just
like,
gives him a good Barca toss. Like he growls, he grabs and he tosses and he goes right back to like Tina.
And
Thank you for
see
clarifying.
the rest of the goblins immediately scatter back, kind of in response to that. Like not just the one that you sort of tossed to the side, and you get sort of a confused feeling from the cloak, like that you kind of get the sense of like packed back, kind of questioning like why harm pack, and you see even Argentia stops for a moment, like Barca,
What?
You and you see the dragon kind of motions toward the goblins that are now all kind of huddled together and kind of helping to pick their one crew member up. And then they kind of look at you sort of hurt and confused, and then they kind of just start to leave.
Did Barca do something wrong?
Well, they were just kind of settling in next to you like they usually do, and you kind of tossed one away.
Oh, well, Barca loves Cloak. Barca don't want to lose Cloak. Where Barca come from, where Barca grew up, Barca had to protect things he loved. Barca liked goblins and all, but Barca loved Cloak. Cloak's from friend Riri, who's best friend.
Are the goblins not your friends?
Not when goblins try to take Cloak.
Well, perhaps you're maybe looking at it differently. I don't think they were trying to take your cloak. Looks like they were just trying to get settled in.
What's settled in?
Well, you know how when I sleep on the deck and and you see Argentina gets up and then almost does that sort of circle around thing before kind of settling down where their tail is wrapped kind of around them and they're kind of huddled in. Like you've seen a dog kind of huddle in like a little ball.
Well, Barca does it every night before he goes to bed. He makes 3 circles
Right.
And then, yeah,
So
he totally understands that.
You know, huddled in.
Oh,
You're just, before I tell you more of the story, I think you should apologize.
well, okay. And he walks over to Goblin and picks the Goblin up. Barca, sorry. Barca thought you were trying to take his cloak.
We never take the cloak.
Okay. Understand. Barca, understand now, Barca. Just thought bad things.
Yeah.
What, come listen to story with Barca. And he takes and he kind of formulates him into his arms like that. And then sits down and then takes the cloak and just like kind of like wraps him up underneath it and then listens to Tia's story like this.
And you definitely get the sense of like no longer confusion coming from the cloak. Like you get sort of the contentment of hack.
I'm sure it's the same feeling. It's a similar feeling to how Barca feels about the friends in his crew. Like he's like, oh, Barca understand cloak right now.
Yeah.
Pack is family, family is pack.
So with that, the rest of the night will go on uneventfully.
I promise this is the last thing. One last thing. That's it. Before Amaya and Gavin have their conversation or whatever, and I'm going to go with they devised that idea that they all need to get everybody together and have that like who you are, where you've been, all that stuff discussion. Gavin, of course, adds the drinking game idea. So before he goes to bed, he will go to every single member of the crew, Goblins, Nikali, Kaladin, doesn't matter who it is, and say, hey, we're going to have a team building exercise at some point. There will be drinking involved. You should come join. It'll probably be after the hunt tomorrow, but this is going to happen. We need to get yeah. And then he goes to bed.
Gavin.
I was going to suggest right after the hunt too. So,
Barca, after he hears after hunt, and Barca goes, Barca, get great hunt, and get great kill for group to eat during a great team building, team. What did you say it was?
Team building drinking exercise.
Team building, drinking accessorize, and yes. Oh, great idea. Oh, maybe even find owl bear to kill. Hard to talk like that forever.
I deeply sympathize. I have a
You've
character that
been
talks like that.
talking quite a bit this game.
You're doing a lot more this game.
Barca need drink of water.
Maybe with some
Gavin
lemon
pours
and
him a dog dish of water and hands it to him.
He just holds it like this and it's like you're getting kind of like a little bit of the spray.
It's fine. It's fine. So I got
It's
prestidigitation now. It's fine.
down.
Everything's fine.
Excellent.
Then Gavin will go to bed and we can move to the next day.
All right. So for those that are going on the hunt, where do you want to go? Taking just a quick look here at the map.
Ember feels like she might need to go along.
Well, and I was going to ask Brian, because I have a map up the surrounding area around Sharn. Now, I know in certain medieval times, hunting in the king's forest was illegal because it was like a game reserved for the king to do the hunting. Is that the case in Breland, or...?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, there's probably a little bit of, for lack of a better term, probably a little bit of, maybe, we'll say some regulations involved, maybe.
As long as we don't go hunting around like a land.
Well, and I guess the other question, because there's a forest, if you look across the dagger at the hilt, there's that other forest right there. Is there any hunting restrictions there?
Are you talking to the west or to the east?
To the southwest of Sharn, across the hilt.
Yeah. Okay.
There's that forest right there. It doesn't. On the map I have, it doesn't have a name.
I don't necessarily see a name to it either. there is a small town of Moonwatch that is kind of near its northern tip-ish, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a fort right at admittedly kind of at the entrance of the Dagger River. So we'll say, this: there are some. There probably are some foresters or agents to make sure that like nothing's over hunted. But truthfully, you could probably find some sort of outfit, maybe even a Vidalis sponsored outfit that specifically does sort of like hunting day trips or whatever you want to call it.
Knowing Ember's issues with Vidalis, Gavin would probably try to avoid Vidalis. But what he would suggest doing is we go into Moonwatch. He goes into town, purchases the requisite hunting permits, and then we go into the forest as a unit.
Okay. So who is all going to go hunting specifically?
It's like Amaya is down as well.
Narash will go, but since there is a plan to kind of turn this into like a feast thing after, she'll probably instead decide to forage just to, have other things besides meat to eat.
That's fair. That's fair. So you're still going down with everybody, but not necessarily hunting.
Yeah.
In that case, Rhiannon will also come along and will stick close with Narashi because, again, I won't be very useful in a hunt, but I can look for things real great.
I look at things good. Hey, Brian, it's about 2:30 and I super have to go to the bathroom. Do you want to take a quick break?
Let's take a break.
Yes.
That sounds like a plan. Let's call it a solid 10 to 15, and if we can try to be back no later than 2:45.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah.
If we can
We'll
get
be back.
But,
So
we all gotta pee, so.
All right. Bye, everybody. We'll be back in 15. Stream has started.
That slide in and slide out was just spot on. Oh, no, I do not subscribe to that. No.
I'm so here for it.
She's just making full use of their brand new couch. This is what you're supposed to do when you get it.
That's true.
Very true. All right.
In case you missed it, Kaylee jumped up and said, "Darka!"
Nice. I'll take it.
Loving it.
You have your first fangirl.
Oh, I do?
Oh, yeah.
Second, hello.
Sorry, second fangirl. First fangirl not in the game.
Thank you. Third.
First not in the game.
First not in the game.
You might have stepped away at this point, but Kaylee's been listening to the game because she just loves Barca so much. She wants to hear.
Oh no! Oh yes, he's a good role model, that Barca.
And we all agreed that we need to design a Barca plushie.
Okay, I need to go away. He is very funny.
Complete with partially missing ear.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Detachable ear, maybe, perhaps?
I just
I
want
feel
to think like there's a random hole in the hood of said shirt, like.
Okay. After I get certain people's minis painted, I will see what I can do.
I was gonna say, like, we could probably do some test runs at like Build-A-Bear or something like that and see what happens.
I've got patterns and stuff for plushie stuff. I think I could probably easily modify them.
Fair enough. All right, we're no longer not on intermission, so we should maybe do a thing.
All right, so we are back. It is the next day of the hunt and the group training morale session, whatever we want to call it, whatever it is that we're calling it. So those that are heading out will head out to go hunt, which I believe was more or less all of you.
So like as before everybody's heading out, he's like got that severed head that we talked about earlier that he chopped off, and he's got it flipped under his arm, and he's like sticking his hand in it, and he's drawing patterns on his face and down his arms. Then he's walking up to the dragon, and he's like drawing designs on the dragon for the hunt. And then as you all start passing by, he starts drawing like hunting patterns on you. You can try and stop him, but he's probably just gonna assume you want this. Just so you know, like it's like, and even the people like who are forging berries, like and his designs might be a little bit more subtle, like and more rounded instead of angular for the foragers.
Nope, I let it happen.
Absolutely.
Mine is actually honored.
I am so into this.
It's like Gavin
So you have, like,
Brandon's a little squicked out, but
Gavin doesn't fight it. He doesn't argue, but he definitely makes his face at how bad Mr. Headman smells.
Oh yeah, it's been a couple days.
Right. Just.
But, and he's kind of like super focused, like as he's doing it, and it's like he more grunts instead of speaks. And that's like literally right before we go, and then he jumps on the back of Tina.
Okay. So the forest is going to be far enough away that Zaya will have to head over into its general direction, and then you take the longboat down, or in Barca's case, the Bark-Tina combo. Because it's, maybe like an hour's travel, give or take. So you head out, and then you're easily able to find a smaller settlement where they would set up or run one of these. Or no, you said you're going to Moonwatch.
Yeah, we're gonna go to
That's right.
Moonwatch. I'm gonna gonna go into town, get the permits that we need, and then meet up with
And I
everybody.
am picking up. Okay, I wanted to discuss this. How many diamonds that we have in stock? So it's a 500 gold piece diamond for Raised Dead.
500.
500.
Okay.
And it is a 100 gold piece diamond for Greater Restoration. So how many diamonds do we want in stock from Party Fund? Do we want 1 diamond for each person?
Okay, so you said 500 for Raised Dead and 100 for Resto.
Yes.
Okay.
So when someone goes down, it would essentially be 600 in 2 days.
And my apologies. I'm going to step away for just a moment to gather a few things. You keep discussing.
So if we did, for all of the actual player characters, there are 6 of us.
Correct.
So 500, that would be 3,000 gold for all 6 of us.
Yep.
And then another 600.
Plus another 600.
So that would be 3,600 gold pieces for a diamond functionally for each of us.
Correct.
For each spell.
Yes.
Did we ever decide how many of what healing potions we had gotten?
No.
We should do that also.
We should do that before we leave town. On a hunt of who No!
Don't even
push that down!
I need a dragon mini for Argenta, so deal with it.
3,600 for diamonds.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking at least 5 of the greater healing potions, which would make it 1,000. Although we could do an even 6 since there are 6 of us.
Let's do an even 6.
Okay. So that's 1,200. And then maybe 2 of the regular healing potions per person. Although we could
I have 6 of the regular healing potions on me.
Okay. So maybe do 2 apiece for the rest of us.
I would, yeah.
So that would be another 10 of the regular, which would be 500.
Yeah.
So it'd be 1,700 for healing potions.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Orca, on his own, out of his own money, bought a potion of healing superior.
Nice.
I've done the math. That leaves us with roughly about 8,000 gold pieces in the party fund. I say we do it.
Perfect.
So everybody would have a greater healing and 2 regular healing potions, except for Ember, who will just take 1 greater.
So are we keeping are we trying to keep these extra healing potions? Are we keeping them on ourselves, or are we putting them in the first aid kit?
Well, and I was going to say, I actually have, sorry, I was trying to do something in my hands, dishes wise, and my hands got wet. It's not, my computer's not working because my hands are wet. I have 5 potions of healing already. Which
So
I didn't really...
maybe we do like the 1 greater and 2 regular per person and put any of the additional potions other than Barca's Superior in the bag of holding.
May I also ask, are you including any of the NPCs in any of this?
We were not.
We're only, we're only discussing of how many party fun healing potions.
Figured out, double check.
Yeah. Since we have our first aid box, essentially our heal kit. Honestly, we could just put the 2 regular healing potions in the heal kit and just pull from there.
So everybody would just have the greater on them and then have all of the little ones in the heal kit?
Yeah. Because I think the heal kit potions are probably going to get distributed right before we go into a major fight if nobody's got anything on it.
Not a bad plan.
Yeah, no, I'm here for it.
Because I think for right now, most of us have some healing potions on us.
Well, I just would have I didn't have any healing potions left.
Gotcha.
So I would have the greater then, which is fine.
But you will also be more in the back and easily able to run to the longboat if we need more.
Potentially.
So how many... I'm just recording it on the Zaya doc. How many healing potions are we putting into the actual kit?
There would be at least 10.
10.
10?
Of just the normal healing
10 common
potions.
healing potions.
Yes. Do we want me to have the diamonds, or do we want to put them in the heal kit?
No, I would say you would keep them on you because your spell
I will put them on my sheet. I will have 6.
Take them off.
We could also, if we want, say that you've got some of them enough to cast like 2 each.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I was
rest
going
of
to say the
the
same thing.
Yeah.
We could keep in the room that doesn't actually have access to anybody but Zaya. And then if we need to replenish our diamonds, we can just have her pull them out there, and then we know they're safe and nobody can steal them.
True.
I like that idea better,
Because if somebody takes my bag of holding, we're fucked.
Right.
Yeah. So keep like 2 of each on you, and then.
Okay. I will put 2, and then Zaya will have 4. Perfect.
We'll just have her keep that in the same spot as her whatever magical gear and stuff when she's not using her humanoid form.
I'm referring to that as the Zaya panic room.
Yeah, accurate.
Just so we can keep track of what is and is not in there.
Sorry, I'm going to switch something up. I have a map that shows kind of a foresty scene, but it's really hard to see the minis on it, so I'm going to switch it out for a different one. I'll be right back.
Right.
So you have 2 of each of the diamonds, Ember?
Yes. I have 2 100s and 2 500s.
All right. Since we're doing all of this beforehand too, I would drop by House Kandarik and deposit the gold that we just got, which I did before, so we're good. Okay, I think all of our accounting stuff is done, unless anybody wants to change something right now.
Did we actually figure out what everybody got individually from the loot from last time?
Yes, I did. Give me a second and I'll tell you what it is. It is at the bottom of the sheet, or the document, if anybody's already there.
Oh.
413 gold each?
Yep. And that is including Kaladin.
Right.
I apologize. What was the...
413 gold for Kaladin.
Okay.
So, is there anything else we need to do before I declare the next thing I'm going to do? Right. So, as we are trekking into the woods from Moonwatch, Gavin is going to give a rousing, inspirational speech about how this is, how we're always stronger as a family and how we always come together even when things are really shitty. And this, tonight we will talk about our lives, and we will get to know each other better, and we will have a great and mighty feast, and it'll be great. And everybody's going to get 14 temporary experience points.
Excellent.
13.
And I'm assuming we all got a long rest overnight, yes?
Everybody had a long rest.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out because I had not done so and I needed to reset my spells.
Samesies.
I thought that might be very helpful for a lot of people in the group.
Yeah, since I blew through all of my 3rd and 4th level slots with sending messages.
I do wish you could do higher level versions of sending where you get more words. That would be neat.
Right? If I have to cast sending at 5th level, I should be able to have at least 50 words.
Right?
I mean, it's more of a... I mean, sending in and of itself is pretty freaking neat, considering that the alternative is like, what, messenger pigeons?
I know.
I mean, it is a fantasy game.
Right, which means
And
I'm
then you
fantasizing about having more words.
I should be able to train harder and be able to extend that spell a little bit longer,
A little bit longer now. All right, let's go kill some things.
Yeah.
All right, so what I would like you to do, so you've gotten the permits, and you notice when you first kind of hover over Moonwatch, you do see that it is definitely very much a smaller town, very kind of rustic and quaint. You notice there's actually a pretty large volume of shifters, racially speaking, a lot of shifters and then humans in general, with a smattering of others. You're able to get the permits for a day of hunting. We'll call it like. Now, are you guys hiring on a guide as well, or just?
You don't need no fucking guide.
Fair enough.
Gavin, no. Here's my reasoning. Gavin, in his hubris, I totally did this when I was a kid. I totally remember where everything is. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'll be your guide. Totally doesn't remember shit. Has no proficiency in survival. This is gonna be interesting.
That's fair. So we'll say your fees for the party will be about 2 gold.
Total? Oh,
for a day of hunting.
Yeah, Gavin will just take that out of his own pocket.
They do mention that if you want anything skinned or dressed, there are services here that for a small fee you can do that should you come across something.
Okay.
They do ask, just as part of the permit, that you record what you have hunted, just so they can kind of they explain it's more for their, for lack of a better term, forestry efforts to make sure that nothing's over hunted. In that sense.
Conservation.
I will ask them if there's anything that we shouldn't kill. Should we run across it? I mean, obviously, other hunters.
Well, yeah. They don't. They do not have a. They don't have a list of anything. Like nothing is really currently endangered or what have you. So it's pretty wide open. They do mention though that someone has mentioned a sighting of something relatively large flying that they thought flew overhead, but they didn't quite get a good look at it, and no one else could really corroborate. So it's potentially just, a tall tale, rumor, whatever. And you see as they say that, then they kind of look at Argenta, which you notice everyone's giving them wide berth.
Excuse me.
Gavin
As
will
they
just...
look,
Sorry, go ahead.
as they look over at Tina. Sorry, I got something in my throat. As they look over at Tina, Barca is like, "No one hunts Tina."
Yes, if you could let other hunters know that we do have a silver dragon with us, but that they are with us and that they are not to be harmed, that would be wonderful, because if there is any sort of attack on her, we will have to just beat some ass. Okay.
I don't think. I'm sorry. The permit strictly states you're to hunt animals and not sentient.
That's
You can
fair.
kind of tell this guy's never.
That's good.
The dragon
I am just making sure.
but,
Understanding.
yeah, no. Plus, no offense, big guy, but who the fuck would want to fuck with that? Regardless, though.
Someone looking to try to be a hero.
Barca, part bear. Barca, part goblin. But Barca, not part guy.
Noted. And we're going to move on then. So enjoy yourselves. Have a great time. And,
Thank you.
Again, we do have some services. You sure you don't want any guides?
No, I think we'll be fine.
Do you look like we need one?
What's
Been around the block a few times.
And you see they kind of nod, like, which feel free to make an insight check.
Oh, random.
Sure, why the hell
Make an
not?
insight check.
How about a passive insight of 19?
Holy shit, you have a passive insight of 19? Oh, well, mine's 16, I guess.
Well, I rolled a 17 for an 18, so
Well, I rolled a 19 for a 29.
Okay. For those of you,
Jesse, I don't know if you're like opening a package or something, but it's crinkling really loudly right into the mic. Just as FYI. That's okay.
So you all kind of get the sense that when you say like, yeah, we don't need a guide. This is our first rodeo. He's kind of doing the smile and nod that you totally get as the, yes, you city folk think you always know how to fucking do everything. That's like, but it's money, so we're just going to smile and nod because we need the economy.
Is it to the point where, like, they know things we don't, like, it's more dangerous that they're letting on? Or just that, like, you all are just idiots?
More like thinking that the city folk are idiots.
Okay, more exasperation than like.
Right.
Okay.
They're underestimating us because we're
definitely kind of biting their tongue because ultimately you're paying for the permits, so you're
right.
Providing some money, but
We are paying customers, man.
Right. But you definitely kind of get that sense a little bit with your insight checks that they're. It's that double-edged sword of like, yes, they're bringing in some money, but we live here, you don't. Anyway.
Bark, as he's standing there, kind of, as they're all standing there and this guy's kind of looking at them, Barca just says to Riri, out loud, staring forward, Barca doesn't like this guy.
Hey, Barca, buddy. Those are thoughts that we think on the inside that maybe we don't say in front of.
Barca said that out. Barca said that out loud. Oh.
Yeah, Barca said that out loud.
Given as much
Sorry.
telepathy has been thrown around in this game, I am not surprised at all that happened.
Fair.
Bark is also like hypersensitive right now because he's like ready to hunt, and we're not hunting, and we're sitting here with all this paperwork, which seems really dumb because that's not hunting to him. There's a lot of formality here.
Gavin is just trying to make sure that Gavin will actually, I'm just trying to make sure that we don't, get arrested or something.
Yeah, there are a lot of rules before we can go hunting Barca, which I know sounds like it doesn't make sense, but when you're around a city or a town, we have to make sure that we're not going to get in trouble.
Barca, I agree with you. This is weird.
Someday we'll go up. Someday
We
we'll
should
go up to the
just go
Eldine
hunt.
reaches and we'll go hunting for real. But for right now, this is what we got to do.
All right, so
Okay with it.
we will begin the hunt, as it were. Now, for those that were foraging, because I believe not everyone was hunting.
Yeah.
hunting.
I know Narashti and I were talking about foraging.
Yes.
Okay. So Narashti and Rhiannon are going to be foraging for other things. So I'm going to assume that Barca and Tina are kind of one group because they may even be flying around and hunting a little bit. So as far as the group that's on the ground, that would be Gavin, Ember, and I forget. Amaya, did you say you were coming with all this?
Yes, Amaya is going on the hunt.
Okay. So we'll kind of break it up into sort of those sort of three groups, for lack of a better term.
Oh God. We're splitting the party again. Why
I
are
see
we
no
doing
way in which this can fail.
I'm very, very glad that Rhiannon came with Narashti.
And
Yeah, no, we're
Buddy
not.
system. We agree.
Rush
Buddy
you
system.
Yeah, buddy.
hey, Barca, if it comes down to where I need someone, aka you, to run a silver dragon, if you'd be prepared for that.
Oh, I have stats up already. Yeah, no problem.
Excellent.
I figured as much. Tell me differently. I'll probably run it that way.
That's totally cool. And it's, okay. Sorry, I'm just making a quick note for myself here. So the first thing I would like, let's actually start with Rhiannon and Narashti. I would like the two of you to make either a survival or nature roll.
Oh no.
Need to-
You sure it can't be like an investigation?
Yeah, in this particular case, I mean, if you have, I would say if you have proficiency with an herbalism kit.
No. Okay, that's not horrible.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Proficiency skills when you make. Okay, so I have the natural explorer in the forest, and so your proficiency bonus is doubled for proficient skills when you make an enter wisdom check. Does that mean I double my proficiency score for the survival check?
Correct.
Okay.
Nice. That's awesome.
I was like, hold on.
I got a 17 for nature.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, but it's no 29.
Well, no, but oh my God, Rhiannon has some skills. She's not like completely ugly.
Narashti
What?
got a 29.
Dear Lord.
And anything that I forage, I get double the amount because it's in a favored terrain.
Okay.
We're gonna have good food.
Yes.
Ranger
You're gonna
for
have
the
to
win. Jesus Christ.
Right?
So
We're
Rhiannon,
gonna go hungry.
granted, you've only really dealt with Narashti so far in fairly urban settings.
Mm-hmm.
So it is kind of interesting to see this almost like sort of shift in character where, before she was maybe a little I wouldn't say shy.
She's a little awkward.
Not to step on anyone's toes, but you kind of get the sense like she is in her element here. She's like, oh, these are the red. Don't touch the green cap mushrooms; those are poisonous. But the red ones right next to it, they're delicious when you cut them up and put them in a stew. And like this and this and that, and oh, and some of this moss can be used as a poultice, and like just starts going and pointing out all sorts of things, and you're definitely helping. Like you're able to recognize the things that you recognize, but you're starting to see. You've seen alchemical items or reagents, stored in jars. So you've seen some of this stuff, but it's stored in like alcohol or whatever, or a brine or something. So like it takes you a little bit to go, oh, right, that's this thing that I saw in the jar, but this is what it looks like out in the open. Like, hey.
You're kind of a badass.
It's the thing. and then immediately she's like, don't touch that. You're gonna get a rash.
Oh, okay. Thanks. That's comfortable. And I imagine we're just kind of chatting as we go along.
Yeah. And they're actually be teaching, like trying to teach you and like point it out and like not just, but like, okay, here's how you can tell the difference. Like this is really subtle. And
after their conversation last night, Rhiannon would also be really interested in the kind of Narashti's faith, which I feel like they would have hit on a little bit last night. And so it's kind of asking her some more questions about that as well as we're naturing it up, which Rhiannon is really uncomfortable with.
And Narashti will really share, and you'll also notice like when it comes and like talking about that, and like I think in the forest too, like she definitely has this whole weird, awkward, energetic side when it comes to like shiny and new things. But there's definitely kind of like Brian was saying too, but there is more of a shift. There is a serious side, and like the funny, weird side comes out too, like in that. But there is more of a like serious, calm, like depth too in the conversation, and she'll share, and she's very happy to explain and encourages questions.
Now, just for verification, I'm assuming, Narashti, do you follow Ileana then, which is admittedly a very common Kalashtar deity, for lack of a better term, to...
Yes.
Okay.
I don't... Yes. Which whatever I would have been kind of following with Atanashti, like...
Atanashti is very much a follower of, and she's a priest of Ileana.
Yeah, so Narashti is a follower as well.
Okay. Just to, I don't know how much, Laura, you've read about Ileana, so I'm going to give you just a brief disclaimer here about it. Once I find it, where is it? There we go. There we go, 146.
Here's a picture of Barca.
What was that?
All right, here's a picture of Barca.
Oh, that is amazing.
Nice. That looks.
Are you gonna add more detail, or are you feeling good with it?
I like it.
I add a little more, but I'm feeling good right now.
Okay.
When now, is that the complete picture, or is there still a little?
Sash, cloak, scar. Let me
Nice.
see. I'm gonna earrings. I call them earrings because they're technically earrings. Did I forget to say cloak, or did I already say
I think you
cloak?
said the cloak, but
Cloak.
I like his big pointy teeth.
I added the sash, and the teeth are my favorite part.
I like the teeth too. Those are great.
Thank you.
So Narashti, when we get a chance, we totally need a picture of that posted in the G chat.
I will for sure get a picture with good lighting.
Excellent.
I love it. So just to give you a quick Rhiannon, the quick path. So the path of light, or Ileana, is again primarily practiced by Kalashtar, although you don't have to necessarily be Kalashtar to worship it. But the big thing is to seeks to kind of change reality by first bringing change within using meditation to focus the mind and athletic discipline to kind of improve the body. And then the next step from that is to kind of bring light into the world using courage and compassion to banish the darkness in the people around you. So whether it be, mediating disputes, extinguishing hatred, by guiding people kind of out of the darkness, things of that nature. But ultimately, kind of the biggest thing is sort of leading yourself via yourself and others towards becoming better, whether it's again physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and that this it also kind of explains like this is and this is a fight in many ways too, not just within oneself, but being that most consider this age to be referred to as kind of an age of darkness or Lash Tavar, pardon me. And that this darkness is kind of poisoning the world, and so that the followers of Ileana promote the fight to kind of beat back the darkness, to sort of make the world a better place, to purify it, so to speak, from the horribleness, which seems very fitting, considering that Kalashtar, like the physical and mental embodiment of that, makes perfect sense why this is a very common religion for the Kalashtar, since they are living and breathing it every day of their lives. And so it's very interesting to kind of hear Narashti talk about it, just in the ways that, it's easy to say, yeah, fight the monsters back from the darkness to bring the light. But when Narashti's talking about it, also talking about other ways that they manifest, like mediating disputes or kind of pushing back ignorance with sort of knowledge and compassion and understanding that it's a very kind of healthy and very community based religion in that regards.
Amaya is starting to make more sense to Rhiannon now.
And so typically the holy symbol is like a shard of brilliant crystal, as far as like a holy symbol. In fact, funny enough, Narashti's the stone that Narashti's works with looks very much like one of these. And admittedly, we'll say that your mind link stone is can also work as a holy symbol. Not that you necessarily need one as a ranger, but
yeah,
should you need one,
I feel like, and I don't have it written down, but I feel like I did have a necklace that was just like basically the holy symbol. And
that's fair. You may have had the holy symbol too, actually.
Yeah.
But if you want to retcon it, you can have it be one and the same, or not, whatever you prefer.
I like one and the same. That's kind of
okay.
Cool. We'll do that.
So yeah, it's you guys surprisingly come back with like damn near a bushel of various different herbs and mushrooms and even some fruits and berries that you're able to, that you realize, in addition to having this very kind of philosophical religious conversation, which is pretty cool. And so you while away several hours, kind of letting the time just kind of flow by as you're sort of diving into it. So Barca, I would like you to make a survival or nature roll. If you want, you can roll with advantage because Argenta would be assisting you.
A 14.
Okay. You now, I guess let me phrase. Are you looking for just kind of any sort of animal to hunt, or are you specifically looking for owlbears?
I'm looking for like a creature that is befitting of a work social gathering for everybody to get together. Like, so I'm looking for basically a creature befitting this huge event that is built up in Barca's mind. And of course you've got the wolf, the pack of the wolves behind him who are probably like, yeah, big. Yeah, feed everybody. I have a feeling like that's going to be.
So
I
want to interject real quick. Gavin would probably have told Argentia about the rumors of the large flying thing, but does not necessarily want to have Barca be disappointed by the fact that it may not actually exist. So
sure,
Argentia would be aware of it. He deliberately didn't tell Barca because if it's not actually a thing and it's just a rumor, he doesn't want Barca to be super, super bummed out by it.
And Argenta will kind of gives the wink and nods that they'll keep an eye on things. And I will say too, Barca, you and Argenta, as you're hunting too, you do kind of circle around every once in a while just to kind of keep tabs on the two other groups. So every once in a while, even Brienne and Rashti, as you're sitting there talking, you'll see Barca and Argenta kind of do a little flyby. Which Argenta is very easy to make out, even kind of through the trees, because shiny. Barca, go ahead and roll me a percentage roll.
Oh, percentage. $41.
You know what? Yeah, okay. So as you guys are flying around, you see all of a sudden it looks like a pack of dogs. It looks like, or canines, we'll say, maybe not dogs, but kind of. Again, kind of running relatively fast. Like they seem like they're also kind of on the hunt. But what you notice specifically is every once in a while they'll disappear and reappear a little further away or off to the side. And you realize, because you have the cloak, that they may be a pack of blink dogs.
Barca doesn't feel the need to hunt the blink dogs, as he might Here's what's probably happening in Barca's head is that maybe he's seeing the pack of dogs with him on this hunt are the same dogs that he's physically seeing on the ground. So I think it might drive him further to be like looking for what they are hunting for.
Okay. So, tell you what, go ahead and make a perception roll. And while we're doing that, and then just hold on to that for a moment, and then I'm going to jump over to Gavin, Ember, and Amaya. So, Gavin, since you said you are used to hunting, I would like you to make a survival roll.
Let's see how this goes. Oh, that could have been worse. 17.
Okay, that's actually not bad. You know, surprisingly, because admittedly, yes, you've gone on some hunts, but it's not like they were as much a social affair with the nobility as it was like an actual hunting. And you know, you had people and dogs to run stuff. Because what I figure, as far as an aristocratic hunt, it's very much like what you would think of for an aristocratic.
Yeah, it'd be like a fox hunt kind of thing.
Yeah. So, but you do actually manage to, it comes back to you a bit as far as some of the tracking, and whatnot. And I would like, let's go ahead and have you roll a percentage roll.
Okay. Percentile. 57.
Okay. So, you actually notice there are several, you come across a small kind of opening in the trees. I mean, there's still plenty of brush that's maybe up to your kind of your knees and whatnot, but you come across somewhat of an opening, and you see there are several trees where it almost looks like the bark has been kind of scratched or torn away from roughly about 3 feet to maybe about 8 feet up. But you definitely notice sign. Actually, I should say, and then in the kind of the middle of the clearing, you see and smell actually what looks like a carcass of looks like a stag maybe, or a doe. Definitely looks like it may have been a deer of some kind. Kind of hard to tell though, because it's definitely looks like it's been kind of eaten away at.
Mauled and chewed?
Pretty much.
Can I make a nature roll to know what might have done something like this?
Absolutely.
And I will, I'll tap Amaya, quietly, I'll tap Amaya and Ember and just kind of point out what I've noticed. So you know if they want to roll too.
Sure.
Nature roll?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can make a nature roll.
I had a 19 though, so that wasn't terrible.
I also have a
Potentially.
19.
Amaya got a 5.
Amaya,
Yep, it's a dead thing.
it's a dead thing.
Oh.
You can't even identify what the corpse is of. It is smelly. It looks fresh-ish, but still the stink of a dead critter. And it seems kind of seems pretty horrible. Yeah, pretty horrible in general.
Yep, it's a nasty dead thing.
And so, I'm going to step away from my earbud here to draw out a brief map real quick.
We come
I guess the
across.
question. My question is, was he doing the hamster dance or was he doing the Robin Hood song?
That sounded like
I'm
the
going
Robin
with
Hood.
Robin Hood.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I was gonna say, and then we come across a fox and a bear dressed like Robin Hood and Friar Tuck, or Little John.
Little John. Friar Tuck, I believe, is a badger.
You find out the forest is populated
All
with
right.
white animals.
So, if you can hear me, I don't have my earbuds in, so I may not necessarily hear you back. But so bear with me. But where is? Oh, right. So we're gonna say the three of you are more or less right about. We'll say here. Can you?
You're gonna have to. Yep, there.
Can
you're
you
fine.
see that? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is sort of the clearing where you saw the sort of the trees that were kind of rubbed off and the carcass. Where's my animal critters? Oh, that's not it. Hold on, I have that acuity here. All right. So tell you what, we'll do. That's the animal corpse in red.
Can't see hardly at all.
Damn it.
There.
Just the red is kind of light.
Yeah, the red's light, but at least that's a better angle. You can see it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it now.
Sorry, give me just a second here. 'Cause I'm trying to. All right. So what you realize quickly as you notice with the scale kind of crashed with bark and you see the dead animal, you see kind of coming out of the bush though are three. Well, basically what the critters seem to be that are making sort of the sound and also kind of the corpse in the area. And you see there appears to be three owl bears. And so what I would like to start I would like the three of you, well, we'll say Barca and Argenta as well. I would like you to all roll an ish.
Laura, since you're not in this fight, do you want me to keep track of initiative?
Whatever works.
I can keep track. All right, Ember, what'd you get?
19.
Amaya, what'd you get?
16.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should be asking. Ember, what is your Inish mod?
+4.
Nice. And Amaya, what is your Inish mod?
Also +4.
Nice. All right, Barca, what'd you get?
Dirty 20 for Barca,
With what's your Nish mod?
+3.
Okay, and then Argentia.
Argenta is a is a 9 plus 3.
Got it. And then the owlbears.
The owlbears got a 20 with a +1.
Jesus.
Dang.
And then I would like you to also where is it? Darn it. I would also like you to add a 9, add blink dogs.
And what is their initial mod?
+3.
All right, so top of the round is going to be Barca with the owlbears on deck.
So Barca, just to let you know, with your what did you get for your perception roll?
14.
Okay, so you do see that the blink dogs seem to be, they are kind of hauling ass, and you're realizing the reason why is they are heading towards where Gavin and Ember and Amaya were kind of seen last with your last flyover. I mean, they are heading in that direction, and as you've got the eagle vision, actually, as I recall.
Yep.
So you actually see 3 big, burly, hulking forms swiftly kind of approaching, kind of smashing through the brush, approaching Gavin, Ember, and Amaya.
Okay. How far away from me?
That is a great question. We're going to say you and Argentia are actually about 100 feet. And we're going to say, almost forgot. Sorry, hold on a second. Helps you rotate it slowly. If that makes sense. Okay. So we'll say you're coming from the east. You're basically kind of coming in from behind the trio. And then just to let you know, I don't actually have a large silver dragon mini, so this guy, while not technically a silver dragon, will be Argenta. So we'll say you're roughly, you're about 100 feet from behind Ember.
Okay. I will immediately rage.
Okay.
And, scream to Tina, there! And kind of point over in that direction. Or actually, I don't even point over in that direction. I take my bow out. And I fire 2 shots at the one closest to us.
Alrighty.
Because that's within range. And a 17 to hit.
A 17 will hit.
For 8 points of piercing damage with a magical bow. I don't know if it matters if it needs to be this.
It won't matter for these guys.
Okay. And then a 22 to hit.
That will also hit.
And that one will be for 14 points of piercing damage.
Doggy. All right. So, Gavin, Amaya, and Ember, you see kind of storming out of the brush, you see these three owlbears approach, and the one closest to you kind of standing up on its back legs, this one right here, as it kind of roars up as it's about getting ready to charge, you see two arrows just ka-thunk, ka-thunk, right into it, and it roars in pain.
And then that's it for Barca's turn.
All right, after Barca.
Will be the owlbears with Ember on deck.
All right. So the owlbears are angry and are going to move forward and attack. So they have a move of 40. 10, 20. $10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, so this one will get to attack. This one double moves to get up, and I'm pretty sure 10, 20. This one will also charge up, but so only one of them is going to get an attack. That one's going to be on. That is going to be on Amaya. You see it swings out with its beefy claws, and that's actually not a bad hit. Does a 23 hit Amaya?
It does.
So that will be 14 slashing damage. And then as it slashes into your side, it comes in with a beak, but you manage to duck out of the way because I rolled a nat one.
Oh.
The other two, again, they had to kind of dash to get up to the rest of you. So the three of you now smell the sort of the fetid breath of these three owlbears that, while apparently having been fed, still are plenty hungry enough to start munching on y'all as they charge up. And that is the owlbear's turn. Who's next?
Ember with Amaya on deck.
So Ember, you are actually not currently in a melee with...
That's perfect, actually, because I've got the cute white figure in front of me.
You do.
So I am delighted that I have the cute white albino owlbear in front of me. And I take out my beautiful brand new lute.
Okay.
And I am going to use a charge off of that lute.
Okay.
That sweet, cute little cuddly owlbear needs to make a wisdom 15 save.
All right. And I got a total of 8, so it fails.
He's now my friend.
So, for the rest of you, what you see is like the three owlbears charge up, and in fact, you see one just claw into Amaya and Savage, and you see as they're all bearing down on you and moving forward, you see Ember strums her lute, and you see this one kind of like it's coming, charging up, and stops right in front, and then just kind of stop. it just kind of stop, and then gives Ember a lick.
And so that is my action. What I would also like to do is use my movement
Okay.
and climb up on top of them. I'm gonna ride them.
Okay. Tell you what, go ahead and make an animal handling roll.
Oh, animal handling? Like how my house is known for animal handling?
She's way too gleeful about this, guys.
I am.
She's super.
I have been waiting to actually utilize this stuff so much more. That would be a total. I rolled a nat 20. So that's a total of 23.
All right. You know, you're hospitalis, so barebacking on a critter is no big deal. Like, you do it. You've done it so many times. You can do it blindfolded. You've done it so many times in your youth. And sure enough, you hop on its back. Now, it's not super happy that you're there because, you know, it's not really used to having things riding on it. But regardless, it tolerates you being on it. And so you have mounted... I can't believe I'm saying these words. You have mounted the albino owlbear.
I'm just gonna shout to everyone, this one's mine!
Just set you off to the side. We know that you're on it. We'll just leave it at that.
And we have accrued another unusual creature.
Dear freaking Lord. All right.
This is why you don't take Ember hunting.
Does that end Ember's turn?
Yes.
Amaya, you're up. I am on deck.
Excellent. Amaya is going to kind of jump south and around the side of the other owl bear there so that Amaya is flanking it with the ember-mounted owl bear.
Kind of like so.
Yup.
Okay.
And then we're gonna start with some sunblading.
All right.
So,
As Amaya activates the lightsaber.
and that is flanking for advantage, yes?
Ember, do you have a weapon out?
I do not. I just have my loot.
So technically, no.
Okay.
Because the
owlbear
owlbear doesn't count as flanking,
Okay, that's fine.
and Ember has her loot out currently.
That's all right. First attack will be a 27 to hit.
You hit.
Just
Like,
barely.
twice over, and then some you hit.
For 8 radiant damage.
All right.
Second attack will be a 22 to hit.
That will also hit.
And that one will deal bad damage rolls. 7 radiant damage.
Okay.
And then
It's still up. It is looking bloody, but it's still up.
And then key point, do flurry of blows. There we go. So that's gonna be DD. 19 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay, that will deal 5 magical bludgeoning damage. And 20 to hit,
That will also hit.
which will do another 7 magical bludgeoning damage.
All right. So that particular owlbear is still up, but it is roaring in pain as your radiant blade just cuts through the mass of fur and flesh with very little resistance. And then, as if to add insult to injury, you then like punch a fist in maybe one of those wounds that causes it to kind of swing out at you with its beak and roar in pain, and then you literally clock it with a haymaker in the beak, and it just kind of it is not used to this. We'll leave it at that.
Sure.
And then, are you doing anything else? You still have movement left if you want to move, or?
No, that will be all for Amaya's turn.
Okay.
All right, I am next. On deck is Argentia and the Blink Dogs as they go at the exact same time, but I will go first. I think Amaya has that one owlbear fairly well handled, and I'm not going to attack the one that Ember's on because she'll be mad at me.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go after the other guy. I summon Ravager, and I swing at it.
Oh, and can you let me know when it gets to the bottom of the round, too? Like, do you want to put a note on there just to remind me?
Yep, you got it.
Thank you.
My to hit was 19.
That will hit.
I am going to, as a bonus action, add Staggering Smite to the pain. I need a DC 17 Wisdom saving throw, please.
I got a 12.
All right, so there's that. Let me do some math here. Plus that. So 32 total points of damage. 18 of that was psychic. And it is staggered for the next round, which means it takes a disadvantage on all following attack rolls.
I am.
Blam. Okay.
And then I will take my second attack, because I can.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing a 12 will miss.
And it just has disadvantage on attacks. It doesn't affect your ability to hit it, right?
Correct. It just has disadvantage.
And you said a 12?
Yes.
So you come in with your second swing, and you're trying to come in, but truth is the first hit was did so much pain and agony to it that it rears up and actually kind of knocks your blade sort of out of the way from being able to get in. You just barely missed it.
All right, that ends my turn. It is Argentia and the Blink Dogs simultaneously.
So we'll have Argentia go first.
Sorry, I'm muted. Okay. Argentia will get with, use her, let's see, what's her movement? 40, fly is 80. So she's going to get within, she's going to take all of her movement to get within range of that one that Gavin is on.
Okay, so she moves 80, you said?
Yep.
So if she moves 80, she could get to about there. Can you see that?
I can see the shadow. Yep. So within, not too far away. So, okay, that's
you're about
fine.
20. You're roughly about 20 feet away from the closest owlbear.
Perfect. I'm going to focus a cone away from everybody else, but make sure that the current owlbear is in the cone, though, without hitting like Gavin.
Okay, now, and just to verify, did Argenta land?
No, Argenta's up in the air.
How high up in the air?
We'll say she is just at treetop level.
Okay, so that's going to be
10, 15?
actually Roll me 2d6.
2d6. A 2 and a 4.
Argenta, they are about 60 feet up.
Okay, that's still.
So the trees are fairly large in this forest. It's an older forest.
That shouldn't be a huge problem.
But regardless, you can still aim the breath weapon. That's not a problem.
Yep. She's going to exhale, and then she paralyzes out, throws out a gas in a 30-foot cone. It's a DC 17.
If you're 60 feet up,
mm-hmm.
If the cone's only 30 feet, the cone's not going to hit the...
Oh, I see what you're saying. The cone is, I thought it was like a radius thing. I didn't think it was like a 30-foot all the way through. So
no,
yeah.
It projects from Argenta and shoots out 30 feet in a cone.
Got it.
Fashion.
Got it. Well, she's not going to do anything. She'll double move then.
Okay.
To get down and we'll say flank the owlbear on the ground.
Okay, so they will land, and you want to get into the flanking like so?
Yep.
Okay. They do so.
Perfect. And that will be Argentia's turn.
Okay.
It is the blink dogs, and then it is the bottom of the round.
Okay, give me just a second because I realize I need to grab minis for them. All right. No! Hey, then I dropped it again. So you have to bear with me. I don't have all that many dog-like critters here. So if some of them look questionably not like blink dogs, you have thus been forewarned. Put all those guys back. So I realize they're kind of on the edge of the map. You see those of you that are on the ground see what looks like a pack of, well, blink dogs, because now you've seen the cloak, so you know what they look like, skinned. You see the alive version as they are kind of charging up. And at any rate, and they are fast approaching, and will but that's about as far as they get. So the blink dogs are done.
I think that would be the bottom.
Yep, sorry. I was talking and I was muted. The bottom of the round.
Okay. So, Narashti and Rhiannon, I would like you to make a perception roll.
My passive perception is 17. Do you still want me to roll?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, what are your so Narashti, what's your passive perception?
We can't hear you, Narashti.
Or
Also 17.
Actually, neither one of you see it. Never mind.
I was gonna say I can roll if you want, particularly if we're not seeing something.
No, so you we'll say this much: you two hear what you think is kind of off in the distance, the roar of you're thinking Argenta, especially since you saw Argenta and Barca kind of dive into the forest. Out of view, like you see it dive, and then the forest starts to obscure it.
Mm-hmm.
But you do hear what. But at any rate, so that's I guess all that you hear from that far away. But you definitely hear coming from further ahead from where you two are at the sounds of you think Argenta roaring.
Like roaring in pain? Because we know they're hunting, so like does it sound like she's hurt?
You can't really tell. Like you don't actually see Argenta, although you did see them dive out of the sky and then roaring in the distance.
Narashti, can you check with Amaya and see if they're okay?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Just on my computer speaker, which is not good, but I'm working to switch. Yeah, so I'll check in with Amaya. Everything good?
And how are you checking it?
I can't mind link with that distance, right?
I believe mind link distance is 10 feet times your level.
Tell you what, Rhiannon and Rashti, roll me, which one of you, doesn't matter who, roll me 3d6.
Can you do that while I'm figuring out?
I got it.
Yeah. So our mind link should be 90 feet.
No.
You want a total?
Yeah, just add it together.
9.
Okay, so Narashti, you reach out with your mind link, and just on the very edge of your consciousness, you sense and reach out and sense the mental presence of Amaya. And Maya, you hear Narashti say,
Everything okay? How goes the hunt?
More things to hunt than anticipated, but I think we'll manage.
You need backup.
At the moment, no, but if we do in a moment, I'll certainly let you know.
Great.
Cool.
I'll relay that to Rhiannon and suggest maybe we just kind of move slightly closer just in case.
Yes, let's we don't need to rush, but let's maybe head in that direction.
Yeah.
let's
So
mosey on over.
so Rhiannon and Narashti, I go ahead and roll to add yourselves to the initiative. Oh my, okay.
Oh, I miss Kira's initiative.
All right, Rhiannon, would you roll?
9 with a
What's your
+2.
modifier? +2? And what's Narashti? What's yours?
5.
Ooh.
In addition to that, I
What's
would
your
like you
bonus?
to add something else to the initiative.
Great.
at a 21.
Narashti, what is your Inish mod?
3.
And what is the 21's Inish mod? Brian, what's the BBEG's Inish mod?
+1. Sorry.
All right, well, that was the bottom of the round. What I'm concerned with is Rhiannon and Narashti got added to the very bottom of the round, and the thing that we're now about to see is first.
Oh, okay. Let me.
So top of the round
step
with
away from my earbud for a moment. I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
We'll be fine.
It's fine. I mean, I already made a friend. How bad could it be?
Right? Why would you say that out loud? God, have you?
Oh God, he's going in the big box. He's going in the big box.
I've seen enough horror movies to know how this is gonna end. It's fucking Jason, and he's 15 feet tall.
5 unknowingly friends go for a lovely afternoon in the woods.
Yeah.
And they come across a summer camp.
Little suspecting there is a masked maniac with a machete.
So, coming out of the trees, you see
Oh, 2.
three.
3.
So what appears to be 3 green dragons, roughly about the same size, and you're guessing maybe age as
Argentia, Europe.
Argentia. And you see they.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
They actually, sorry, I gotta make a slight adjustment here. And they're gonna breath weapon.
Of course they are.
So
they're not friendlies. Okay.
Not yet.
So what I'm gonna say, just to make it easy math and not have to worry about who's getting hit with what so much, I'm gonna say that everybody in that group will potentially get hit because of the coverage by 2 breath weapons. So
we're each going to get hit by 2 breath weapons, which means 2 dex saves.
Actually, it is a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
DC 14.
All of us?
So Amaya, the 3 owlbears, Gavin, Ember, Argentia, and Barca.
It's basically everybody but Rhiannon and Narashti.
And the blink dogs. The blink dogs are out of range.
Got it.
And the DC's 13?
14.
14?
14 Constitution.
Thank you for my cloak.
Nice.
Barca is successful at 25. Argentia critical fails.
Okay. So, fails the first one?
Oh, there's 2 breath weapons.
Yeah.
Critically fails.
Because of the coverage, each person's going to get hit with 2.
Ooh, okay.
Oh my God, she critical failed again.
I had a 15 and a 16.
Are you using D&D Beyond?
Yeah.
Stop
using it!
But it's doing great for me. I rolled a 23.
Stop using it for Argentia.
Right.
Okay, so
I make both.
Gavin's good.
So we'll tell you what. I'll just kind of go down the line here on my Zoom meeting. So Gavin, your 2 saves. What did you get?
15 and 16.
Okay, so you made both of the saves. So you'll take half, because unless you have evasion.
I do not.
Okay. So half on both will mean a total of 42 poison damage.
Oh!
Gentia's gonna be down.
Poison.
Poison damage. Yeah, you see all 3 of them exhale this green, brackish, gasish breath. So now jumping to Barca. Did Barca make the saves?
Both of them.
So you will, like Gavin, take half of what would the normal thing would, which would be 42 damage, and then because you're raging, you would then take half of that, so it'd be 21. Now, Argenta failed both.
Correct.
Is that correct? So Argenta will take a total of 84 poison damage.
Okay.
Did they just kill our dragon?
No. She's up.
And then Ember, what were your...
I saved for both.
Okay, so you'll take a total of 42 damage.
Oh! Yeah.
And then Amaya.
Thank you, temporary
Maya
hit
only
points.
saved for the first one.
Okay, so Maya's going to take 21 damage for the first one. Oh, wait, now does Amaya have evasion?
Maya has evasion, but that's for dex saves, not con saves.
Oh, fair enough. So you'll take 21 damage for the first, and then 42 for the second.
Ow.
Ember, can you do me a favor and roll 3 20-siders, and I would like you to add 3 to the 3 20-siders, respectively.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, let's roll really great for whoever I just rolled for. So the first one would have been a total of 22. The second one is a nat 20.
Okay.
And the third is a total of 15.
Okay. So these 2 owlbears die from the poisonous fumes of the gas.
I rolled a nat 20 for my albino.
You did. And the albino, actually, because the albino owlbear had not been injured prior, it survived the attack as opposed to the other 2 that were already injured. So even when they made the save, they took enough damage to die. Because you guys had beasted the crowd out of them.
Nice.
Will that end the dragon's nightmare?
That ends the young green dragon's turn.
Barca is next.
All right. Barca, hearing his friend wail out in pain, Artina, he's gonna kind of run up to a point where he can be seen on Argentia's back by the blink dogs, and raise it, kind of beat his chest where the cloak is, and then point at the green dragon closest to him, and he's gonna blink. Imagine himself like he swings the axe, and he imagines himself right on the back of the green dragon in front of him.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Here, I'm just going to put you on the mini. Go ahead and so you blink as a bonus action.
Yep.
Because it's as Misty Step.
Yep.
Go ahead and I forget, the range of Misty Step is what, 30 feet or 60?
30.
30.
Which you have plenty of space. You're close enough. It's not, that was more for my brain farting and trying to educate myself. So you poof effectively on its back. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
So this is going to be reckless, great weapon master. You messed with my friend, I mess with you. Let's see here.
Yeah, I was gonna try to make friends. Fuck that.
A dirty 20 to hit.
That will hit.
Nice. So the first one will be for 21 points of slashing damage with a magical weapon. And then going for number 2.
Now, just to let you know, the only thing you have to worry about damage-wise is if you're doing poison damage. Otherwise,
Okay.
you can just add your... There's no other damage resistances we have to worry about in this particular fight.
And then a 19 to hit.
19 will also hit.
Okay.
I have this so far.
20, that's... So that's for 25 points of slashing damage.
Hey, an easy math to boot. I like it. All right, you just slash into the dragon, and it is a hurting unit.
Yeah, and it should be noted, I'm on its back, like going into the back of its neck / head.
Yep. Yeah, you're chopping into its back and just sinking your axe. You're using your axe, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
and just sinking your axe into its back, and you see one of its wings kind of like you even carve a little bit into its musculature so that one of its wings starts to fall a little limp, like you've kind of severed some of the musculature and tendons.
Nice. That is Barca's turn.
After Barca.
After Barca is the remaining owlbear with Ember on deck. Do you want to just have the owlbear kind of hold their action until after, or do you want the owlbear to go independently?
The owlbear is injured. It is going to, I think, run. Now, granted, it's got a pack of dogs this way and dragons that way, so it's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So sorry, Ember, you're kind of off the map a little bit.
Nope, I'm loving this. That's exactly kind of what I was hoping for.
So we'll just make a note. Right now, the owlbear is about 35 feet off the map. Because the owlbear, it basically moves and then dashes to GTVFO. And that will be it for the owlbear.
Section R is Narashti and Rhiannon. You see
Yeah, which direction are we coming from?
That is a great question. I would like you. So tell you what, we're gonna go.
Or do you want to deal with that when you get to us?
No, I'm willing to deal with it. So we're gonna say north is a 1. Roll a d8.
5.
Okay, so you two actually okay, so you two are
We're coming from what, the southeast?
South.
You are coming from the same direction
From south.
that
South.
Ember and the owlbear were running. So as you kind of come out through the brush, so you're technically a little bit off the map, but you kind of come out of a section of brush and you see Ember kind of her hands just grasping for dear life, and you see her legs kind of going like this, but grasping for dear life. She is riding
no.
on
I'd be
owlbear.
squeezing my knees. I know how to ride bareback. Thank you.
Well, no. She's fine. You see, she's kind of hooting and hollering like a little bit of a like she's riding a steer. Like she is not.
I'm having fun.
She's having fun. Yeah, she is not in danger. But you see this kind of albino owlbear. You see it is tinged with this sort of greenish. Like it looked like. You know how like when a dog, like a golden retriever, will roll around in freshly mowed lawn and it'll get that kind of green tinge to it?
Hmm.
You see that on the owlbear.
If I see them, I'll yell, "Poison dragons!"
You see them, yeah.
Yeah.
Dragons.
Plural.
Oh,
Fuck.
Poison.
understated how well the hunt was going.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a new development, okay?
So for Rhiannon and Narashti, we're going to say your 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, and we roll a 90. So you're about 40 feet off the edge of the map as
South
well.
of the map. Okay.
So you're just a little bit further. You're only slightly further out than Ember is.
Speaking of, it is Ember's turn with Amaya on deck.
Sorry, I'm making a little mark for myself.
Nope.
All right.
Okay. So first, I'm gonna tell my owl bear, it's okay. I will protect you. It's okay. Stop. Just stop right here.
Okay, so go and make another animal handling.
Animal handling.
check.
Yep.
Because you have charmed it, I will allow you to roll with advantage.
Actually, I think that's part of the spell.
That it makes even more sense now.
Okay. Sure. Perfect. That's a grand total of 17.
Yeah, you managed to kind of reel in the owlbear. For a creature that ultimately hasn't had any training in commands. Granted, your spell does help, but it seems to obey you pretty quickly, and so you come to a stop. You are about 35 feet off the edge of the map.
Okay.
Kind of the southeastern edge of the map.
So, how far away am I from the first dragon?
All right, let me do the math on that. Hold on a second.
Because that lower dragon is probably the closest to me.
This dragon here is definitely the closest to you.
Yeah.
So 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 100, 105 feet away.
Perfect. Okay, so that is still.
Now I apologize. Figure out what you're gonna do real quick. I have to pee all of a sudden, so I'm gonna be right back, guys.
That's fine.
Lousy, inopportune bladder.
Right. I think actually I'll pop off his back. Or their back. Haven't established.
It'd be real weird eating dragon with Tina at the celebration meal tonight.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
That is
Alright.
A-okay.
Ember, you said you dismounted. What else?
Okay, so I'm dismounting. I'm once again telling him that everything will be okay and I'm going to protect them. And then I am going to get really, really fucking angry at that dragon. And I am going to let loose from my dragon mark the chromatic orb.
Okay. Realistically, I'm gonna say that you're. Actually, let me look one thing up real quick before you cast your spell. I'm a little fuzzy on some rules about animals, and I don't know if it would necessarily cost you an action to command it. So I just want to see what they have for some rules as far as mounts.
Well,
effectively.
yeah, because Sure.
You may. You cast a spell on it, so I'm definitely leaning in your favor.
I cast
right?
a spell on it. I'm just talking to it. I'm not necessarily giving it a command.
I know. I'm just trying to.
Because truthfully, it does not have to listen to me. It's just friendly to me.
Right. You did get it to stop this round, though. So you at the very least made the animal handling check.
Oh shoot! It doesn't have a higher intelligence than a 4.
The.
Albert.
No, it does not.
Oh, thank God.
You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine in that regards. You know, what I'm reading for controlling a mount is you can either control the mount or let it act independently. I'm gonna say. So I'm gonna say it'll be like your move action to give it the order. So you'll still have your. Action.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll still have your action. So you go ahead and make your.
So I use my move action to give it the command to stop. It stopped.
Yes.
So I won't be able to dismount because I used my move action, which is fine. I'll stay on top of them.
Okay.
And then look back look back behind me and get really fucking angry and let loose my aberrant dragon mark chromatic orb at it.
Okay.
And I am going to set that at. You know what? Let's do this as lightning.
Okay. Now, is it a saving throw or an attack
No,
roll?
this is an attack roll for me.
Okay.
Oh, booyah. Does a 24 hit?
24 will hit.
Yeah. So that will be a grand total of 17 lightning damage.
Okay.
And because that happened, now I have to roll a dice, even or odd. It turned out to be even, which means I get temporary hit points of that D8. So I get 3 temporary hit points.
Okay. Now, have you taken any damage? Because I know Gavin did the...
Yeah, because of the two cones in my face.
That's right.
So yeah, I don't have any temporary hit points
you guys
anymore.
are fine. You have those bonus temporary hit points. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
It still almost took me down to half.
I know. I'm trying to make light of it because I'm gonna TPK all of you. Which I suppose.
Okay, I'm done.
Right,
after Ember is a Maya with myself on deck.
Okay, so Maya, the nearest one to you, which you just saw got blasted with some lightning from behind you, is about 15 feet away.
Okay.
If this one here, this one's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, about 30 away. And that one's a little bit further than that.
Okay.
But has Barca chopping into it from behind.
Sure. I'm going to very quickly send back to Narashti with the mind link. New development. 3 hostile green dragons showed up. Could use a hand now. And then I'm going to move effectively 3 squares west and 3 squares south. So I guess 3 squares south and west.
To there or to there?
To there, because I think I can still hit them from...
So 5, 10, 15, and then 5, 10, 15 like that?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, you're in melee. No worries.
Okay. And then I will out loud shout at the dragons in Draconic. Oh good, I was just thinking those owlbears were too easy. I appreciate you standing in to be our new prey. And then I attack the dragon.
Okay.
And I don't remember if I said that, but I shout that in Draconic.
Yes.
Okay. So, first attack. It's a nat 20.
Okay.
Oh.
So it will take 15 radiant damage.
Nice.
Second attack will be a 28 to hit.
That will hit.
It will take another 15 radiant damage, actually. Damage die rolled well there. Unarmed strike, 22 to hit.
That will hit.
And it will take another 9 magical bludgeoning. And then just because I am very, very injured, I'm going to use a key point to dodge.
Okay. Sounds good. After Maya.
That would be me. With Argentia on deck. I am going to... Gavin kind of looks after the blast and then seeing the owlbear run off and Amaya run off and Barca appear in the thing, he looks at the one in the center and he just kind of... and he casts Armor of Agathis on himself.
Okay.
And then he's going to move towards it and stop directly in front of it. From my math, that's about 25 feet.
Are you doing this guy?
Yep, the guy right in the center between the one that Bark is on and the one that Amaya is on.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So you're right there.
As he is walking, he is yelling at it in Draconic. Something to the effect of, listen, I came out here as a bonding exercise with my fucking friends. I did not sign up to take on you motherfucking assholes. So you, right there, your name is Boots, your name is Flanksteak, and your name is gonna go right on the fucking side of my fucking ship! And I'm gonna use a bonus action to use my sorcery points to recoup a spell slot.
Alright.
What Gavin doesn't know is that dragons are also on a social bonding trip. And
Bravo.
That is the end of my turn. It is Argencoria's turn. Or Argentia's turn.
Tina.
Okay.
So that's what we would call a target-rich environment.
Yes. Tina is gonna get up off the ground, and she's gonna fly behind the two dragons to the south of the one that Barca is on.
Okay.
And she's gonna fly behind them.
Okay. Do you want to go like to there?
Yeah, right there is good. We'll say she's not far up in the air. She's a little up in the air. And she is going to drop a 30-foot cone behind, because Maya and Gavin are in front. So that's just going to stop to hit the corners of the dragon. Is that possible?
Let's see.
So.
Yeah. If you're up... I'd say if you're up at about 30 feet so that the maximum of your cone kind of hits, then yes, you can probably do it in such a way, kind of by aiming the cone straight down.
Yep.
You would be able to sort of ping the two of them without necessarily getting Gavin or Maya.
Okay. I would like both of them to make a DC 17 con save.
Wow. They both fail.
Nice.
I rolled a 12 and a 11.
Okay, decisions.
What type of breath did you hit him with?
That's the decision.
Well, hold on now. Is it a different save based on what?
Nope, same exact save.
Okay.
Both are same exact.
So here's the deal.
I was going to do paralyzing breath. I was going to change my mind. So it was paralyzing breath that I hit him with.
All right. For future reference, you have to decide which breath you're going to use before you use it.
Yep, I realized it. I was thinking of changing my mind last second, but nope. I would have called out paralyzing breath. So they are both paralyzed. They have the paralyzed condition. You get advantage on attacks, and if you hit, you do critical damage.
If the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature.
Correct. If it's within 5 feet.
So
Physical
Maya and
attacks.
Gavin would potentially get that.
Oh yeah.
And then I imagine at the end of their turn they try to make a save to
Correct.
negate it.
Yep. So damage doesn't negate the paralyzation. It's only at the end of their turn.
Okay. That is probably a good thing because that middle dragon got its breath weapon back. So it's a good thing it's paralyzed.
Cool.
It's good. It's good.
Do you do the recharge at the beginning of your turn or at the end? Rolling for the recharge.
That's a great question. I don't know. Let's see what the monster manual says.
I believe it is at the beginning of your next turn.
Yeah, that would make sense. I admit I just rolled for them already, but that would make sense.
Yeah.
All right. Is Argenta done?
That's Argenta's turn.
Blink
After
doggies.
All right. They have a speed of 40. So. So you see this dog runs up to here and then poofs to that side. 10, 20. This dog kind of does a sort of a similar thing. 10, 20, 30, 40. This one poofs to like there. And you see the dogs are they basically kind of run and then poof and teleport up to it looks like they are actually going after the dragons. And sadly, none of them got their teleports back. When I'm rolling ahead of myself, but that's so that's what the dogs do. They looks like they're jumping on the fighting the dragon bandwagon from what you can see. The blink dogs are done.
Rhiannon, you are up next. And Narashti, you are on deck.
Oh, I was not entirely prepared. Is
Sorry, I should
Tina
have given you the on deck.
So
is
just
Tina
to let you know,
flying?
You're 40 feet off of the diagonal of this square.
Yeah.
If that helps.
Yep, cool. Is Tina flying?
Tina is up in the air. She's like 30
She's
feet.
up about 30 feet.
And the dragons are on the ground.
All 3 dragons appear to be on the ground currently.
Okay. And I see Gavin to the east of the one in the middle. Amaya is to the southeast of the one at the bottom, yeah?
Amaya's this one.
The other things around that dragon are blink dogs?
Correct.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about them. All right. I will cast Fireball at 5th level behind, like, to the west of the green dragons.
Which one?
The 2 at the bottom that I can see.
Okay.
So it's a 20-foot sphere.
So you're trying to engage both of them?
I would like to hit both of them without hitting my party or Tina.
Well, let's see. Tina won't be an issue.
Right, because she's more than 20 feet
just
up.
a second here. We'll see. Let's see.
Because they're paralyzed, they can't make a dex save.
Okay. You can do it in such a way to hit both dragons without hitting Gavin. You will hit, looks like, 2 of the blink dogs.
That's fine. That is not a d6. That's a fate die. That's not going to help me here. Okay. Let me mass a little bit. Okay, that's 10. That's 10. That's 10. 6, 9, 11, 23. That's going to be 41 points of fire damage. The blink dogs can make a dex save. DC is 15.
Well, one of them makes it. Unfortunately, the other one rolled a nat 1. What's the total damage?
41 points.
Boom.
Okay, give me just a second here. So that blink dog just goes up in a hail of fire. This blink dog is extremely injured. You hear kind of, and then both of the dragons, actually that dragon in particular looks pretty savage and charred, and you see fear in its eyes, which is about all you can see it do because it's currently paralyzed.
And I will move 30 feet closer to the edge of the map.
All right, so now you're only 10 feet away from the edge of the map. Go ahead and make note of that because I may forget.
Does that keep me out of the 30-foot range of the dragon?
Yes.
Okay.
You're still a good 10, 20, 30, 35. Yeah, you're like 40 to 45 feet away from the closest dragon.
Cool. That will end Rhiannon's turn.
Narashti is next. It is the bottom of the round after her, and then at the top of the round is the evil dragons.
Okay.
Excellent. So, you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna move up. Who's on the dragon up on the top of the screen?
Barca.
That would be Barca.
Okay. So, and how far? That dragon? Otherwise,
So just to let you know, you are, let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. So you're like 130 feet away from the farthest dragon.
okay, I'm gonna move action, so I'll move up 30 feet. And then I'm gonna target the dragon that Barca's on.
Okay.
My longbow. 15 to hit.
That unfortunately will not hit.
That's okay. I get a second attack, so I'm gonna do that. And then I'll also use my planar warrior for this attack. That's much better. 24 to hit.
That will hit.
Awesome. So I will get 9 points plus sneak attack because Barca's on. That'll be another 7. So I total for 6.
Double check for sneak attack.
Yep,
Is there a range limit to how far you can do it with a range weapon?
Doesn't say. You can deal an extra 1d6 creature you hit with an attack roll if you have advantage on the roll, but you don't need advantage on a roll. An enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it.
Okay. Never mind then. So yeah, go ahead and roll your sneak attack.
Oh, yep. So that'll be a total of 16, and then I also called the inner warriors.
So go ahead and just add all your damage together and give me the total.
$24.
24?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's looking pretty beat up.
That'll end my turn, and I'm going to step away real quick.
All right. So for the evil dragons, I rolled for their breath weapons. For the 2 that are paralyzed, I'm just going to roll for their paralyzed because that's all they can do. What's the save for the paralysis?
17.
Oh, they're dead dragons. The one that is on, that Barca is on, it is going to. It is going to disengage because it sees the writing on the wall on this. Barca, I need you to make a. Let's go athletics roll.
Oakley dokley. I gotta get to my other screen here. Abilities. There we go. Knowing that I'm used to riding dragons, is there any?
Nope.
Okay, thought I'd.
Because riding a dragon, as well as where the dragon is not trying to throw you off, and you have a saddle, as opposed to a dragon that is trying to throw you off and you have no saddle, is a completely different experience.
Oh, totally. It's like the difference between a bucking bronco and going on a ride. Got it.
Pretty much.
Dirty 20.
Okay. So you are able to hold on. Now, is your axe a great axe or a battle axe?
Great axe.
So that's a two-handed one, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So right now you are hanging on. And I mean, you've got like one hand is grabbing like its like back spines and like holding on for dear life while you're holding on to your axe. I'm just going to let you know, it does start flying up, which won't necessarily provoke, but for you to attack it, you are going to have to let go of it because ultimately you have to use both hands with your axe. Just figured I'd bring that to your attention. Just note it. But you see it starts flying up and starts to fly away. So it's now about 80 feet up in the air. And that is the dragon's turns, because the other two still rolled poorly. In fact, the one that has the breath weapon is feeling really impotent, considering I rolled a nat 1 both times so far.
Barca is next with the owlbear and Ember on deck.
Okay. Barca, remembering that the last time he sunk his axe into this creature, saw that wing. He manipulated the functioning of the wing. And so he is going to pull back his axe and attempt to take a swing, knowing that might not be a great idea, but why not?
All right. So go ahead and make just your first attack to start.
Okay. And this is all the accoutrements.
Reckless and all of that?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's a 19 on the die, so it'll be the 27 minus 5. It'll be 22 to hit.
You hit.
Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I want to do right there. Okay. And that'll be for, sorry, why are you? That's what I need. Okay. That'll be for 29 points of slashing damage.
Man, okay.
And I'm specifically like burying it into that area where the wing is, trying to get it to.
Okay.
Because it can't fly with one wing.
Now, do you still have the Ring of Feather Fall on?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then you will be able to get you fall slowly enough that you will be able to make a second attack.
Nice. Okay.
If you hadn't had the ring, you probably would have missed your second attack because you would have fallen. You know what I mean?
That one was for a natural 20.
Oh! Let us see the slaughter.
All right, so 1, 2, 3 D12s.
Oh.
Jesus.
Oh.
Okay, that's going to be
Ouch.
plus, that's going to be 39 points of slashing damage.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah. So as I chop down, I want it. As I chop down, I just kind of want to see that limp, that wing go limp, and then if I can, I'll use my blink dog ability, knowing that I was falling off of it for that second hit, and I'm gonna land on top of it as I'm like surfing it down to the ground. And then kind of like doing that thing, you know, like when Legolas took down that big elephant-looking thing and it kind of slid down the trunk and landed. That's what I meant. That's what he's attempting to do.
All right.
It still counts as 1.
So you sink your axe in, and you see the wing is going super limp, and then with your last chop, you not only chop the wing off completely, but you sink your axe super deep into the shoulder side of it, and and literally you just see the dragon's eyes kind of roll back into its head, and it just falls backwards, and you peer on it as it crashes. You see the blink dogs that were around you just kind of like scatter, like you see they all kind of teleport out of the way as the dragon just crashes to the ground.
Nice. And then Barca just lets out, like, kind of just does this big, you know, large roar of like,
Oh yeah,
this is the hunt. We're socially bonding.
we are bonded.
Yes. Oh, that's great.
That is fair. That was Barca's turn.
That'll make it Owlbear and Ember's turn.
So the owlbear is pretty much
Amaya, you're on
just sitting there.
Yep.
Because it's out of the immediate danger.
Okay, so I'm just
And
gonna
it
not
doesn't
tell you when-
necessarily want to leave Ember, even though it doesn't want to necessarily go into the fray. So it's just going to kind of sit and wait by Ember.
Perfect.
So you get a little push in your back a little bit as it sort of nuzzles you a little bit, and you're woo.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I am going to tell it to stay as I sprint off. So I'm going to take my 30 feet of movement and start moving towards everyone.
Okay, so you'll be 5 feet off the far edge of the map.
Let's see.
Which still puts you 10.
Who is within 60 feet of me?
Rhiannon and Narashti are definitely.
They didn't really get hit though.
That's true. You're let's see. So
Shit.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So yeah, you're still out of range of 60 feet to get to the closest player. Even Amaya is the closest one, not counting Rashti and Rhiannon, and Amaya is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, actually 65, just right out of the...
Yeah, I'm okay. So I'm not going to be able to do that. So actually, what I'll do is No. We'll keep it at that. Then what I'll do is I will then sling a. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this at 4th level.
Okay.
I'm gonna sling it at that dragon at the bottom there.
Okay. The one by Amaya
Mm-hmm.
on the south end of the map.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I am going to be casting. Oh shoot. That's a 10-foot dome. Oh, can I place that 10-foot? It's a 10-foot sphere. Looks like I might be able to get the dragon and one blink dog.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, do you wanna? They're attacking the dragons.
You see that
They're gonna. Oh, true. Yeah. Okay. No. Then I will just focus on the dragon and try to aim it so it doesn't hit anybody else.
Okay.
DC 15 con.
15 con.
Yep.
23.
Okay. Well, it saves for half.
Okay.
Which was going to be 26 thunder damage, but now is 13.
Okay. It is still reeling, but it is up.
God damn it.
Barely, but it's still up.
It is paralyzed. Does it make dex saves when it's paralyzed?
That was a
Oh, it does not.
Oh, good point. Sorry. Never mind. So yeah, it automatically fails the save. So do the full damage, which was what again?
That's 26.
It does. So the southernmost one is also dead. Thank you for reminding us about the paralysis. I forgot about that.
Yes.
If that ends
Awesome.
Ember's Ember's turn, it is now Amaya's turn with me.
No,
back.
it
Oh,
it
my
is not. I have a bonus still. Sorry,
it's
but I
okay.
am going to use my bardic inspiration. Let's see. I'm going to give it to Narashti.
Okay. And what die is that?
That is a D8.
D8. Okay.
Just so inspired.
On any attack or saving roll or ability check.
Wait, can I add that after I roll?
Yes.
Okay.
After you roll the attack roll, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can roll it after you roll, but before the DC is revealed.
Yes.
Amaya, you're up.
Now I'm done.
Okay. Since this one is dead, Amaya's gonna move over towards the dragon that's by Gavin.
Moving to this one.
I suppose it doesn't really matter too much which space I go because I don't need to flank him to get advantage. So yeah.
Now you will be going by the blink dogs. Are you okay with that?
Don't I have... I think I've got enough movement speed that I can swing around the blink dog?
Well, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... Well, 40 would get you like there.
And I've got 45 feet.
Okay, so then you'll be okay.
Cool. And then we will stabulate the crap out of this thing.
Just a reminder, you have advantage and they're critical hits automatically.
Yep. So first one, 28 to hit.
That hits.
For...
Just do this. Just roll to see if you roll on that one. Like if you miss. As long as you hit, then we can do all the damage at the end. So the first attack hits.
First attack hits. Second attack hits.
What did you roll for the second attack?
Oh, right. Wait. Let's. 25.
That'll hit.
First bonus attack, 28 to hit.
That will hit.
And second bonus attack.
So just to verify, you're using the key point to get another attack?
I suppose if it doesn't die from the first 3.
Well, you have to choose when you use your bonus action.
Okay, so I guess if it doesn't die from the first 2.
Okay, so roll the crit damage for the first 2.
Okay. Do. 17 radiant damage for the first one.
Okay.
16 radiant damage for the second one.
Okay. Still up.
Alright, then for the first unarmed strike, 9 magic bludgeoning.
Okay. Then you are spending a key point?
Yes, I am spending key point if the first 2 didn't take it down.
Okay.
And 11 magic bludgeoning for the second unarmed strike.
Okay, it is still up.
Hoi.
Okay.
It is a hurting unit.
That is the end of Amaya's turn, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. It is me. Our Tina is on deck. I am going to, seeing that the critter is paralyzed at this point, I'm going to go ahead and use Ravager. I'm just going to declare this now. I'm going to go ahead and add Staggering Smite on top of this. I mean, a 30.
So roll the attack, roll the hit.
Okay, 30.
That'll hit.
So there's that. So 13 slashing, and then the Staggering Smite.
And admittedly, you can just add all the damage together.
Okay.
There's no, you're not doing poison damage, so you're don't have to worry about any damage reduction or anything.
First one will be 37 points of damage. Total.
Okay, give me just a second here. Okay. Still up.
I will take
Barely.
my second attack. We'll do this. Haha. 24 to hit it.
That will hit.
This one will not have the Staggering Smite on it. And we'll do 22 points of damage.
And how do you want to do this?
It's the first kill I've gotten in a while. So Amaya runs up and starts pummeling on it. It starts to kind of waver in its paralyzed state. Gavin sees that it's just barely standing, so he just kind of, there's no real finesse to what he's doing. Like Amaya's like, she's using the sword and she's got all these martial arts and everything like that. Gavin, like, he's trained with a sword, but he just kind of takes the sword and just and hacks the head off.
Okay. And funny enough, with that last hit, Ravager, it's almost as if the blade was meant to chop heads off. Like, it's surprisingly just like butter. Like cutting hot knife through butter.
And to end out my turn, as a bonus action, I will offer Amaya a fist bump.
Amaya will return the fist bump.
Okay. With that, combat will be effectively over. And I realize we are kind of going over what our time is. So I think what we'll do for now is we're just going to cut it right there. Don't worry, we'll deal with loot later. Although funny enough, they don't have any on them, so there you go.
I feel
Probably
like
in there later if they have one.
I feel like we come rushing up like, you guys said you were fine.
Yeah.
We are. What the fuck's wrong?
We said that, and then the green dragons showed up.
So we'll deal with the aftermath of this next time, which will be in 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now
2
we're
weeks.
back on our kind of normal schedule. Want to say thank you to those that are watching. We sure do appreciate it. Hope you were entertained. I know I always have fun running through you guys, and
I had a good time.
good.
It was definitely entertaining.
Oh yeah.
And everybody take care of themselves, and we love you.
The deadly assault on the U.S. Capitol. The alleged plot to kidnap Michigan's governor.
But I feel like